Chapter 455. Sitting in the car, Long Yubai asked, "How far are we from Sea City?" Lin Ruifeng, the deputy leader in the passenger seat, turned to him and said, "About 60 kilometers. We should be there in less than 2 hours." If the road was clear, of course it would not take 2 hours. But now the road was full of broken cars, bricks, and tiles. There were obstacles all along the way, so the speed of the car was much slower. Long Yubai asked lightly, "Is there any news about those people?" Lin Ruifeng said, "There should be news from the people we sent to Sea City. We will know when we get there." Long Yubai nodded and said, "These places in the upper and lower districts of the West Lake district of Hangzhou are all forbidden areas. We should be careful to avoid them. The area of the forest in the West Lake district is very large, and there is a zoo there. It is estimated that the animals there have become mutant beasts and spread out, so we should pay attention to that area." Lin Ruifeng nodded. 2 hours later, they entered the area of Sea City. But they did not enter the Sea City base. Instead, they stopped 4 or 5 kilometers away from the base. Oh, it turns out that Sea City has been quite lively recently. With one leader removed, can they control so many people in Haicheng base with only 2 leaders? Long Yubai asked in surprise after listening to the intelligence from the first hand. Lin Ruifeng thought for a while and said, "1 leader, 2 deputy leaders, and dozens of leaders and cadres. A lot of people will fall at one end. But I heard that even if these people are removed, there will not be much turbulence in Sea City." Long Yubai raised another question. "What I am more concerned about now is that Lin Feng and the others are delusional about building a new base. Are you sure this news is not a lie?" His face was full of sarcasm, and it was obvious that he did not believe the news. Lin Ruifeng said, "I have confirmed this news again and again. It is true, and I heard that Wu Qingyue, the leader of Sea City, is also strongly supporting and helping them. I heard that the reward they offered is very attractive." Long Yubai's eyes flashed, and he immediately asked with interest, "Oh, so how many people did he recruit from Sea City? What's the reward?" Lin Ruifeng said, "At present, I heard that there are 2 groups of people following them, less than 800 people in total. The reward is rice and flour, and food and accommodation are also provided." Long Yubai's expression froze. Then he laughed. "Rice? Where are they going to find so much rice and flour to pay the workers? 1 meal a day, including accommodation and food, is fine. But 3 meals a day? Are you joking?" Lin Ruifeng thought for a moment before replying. "But this project has Sea City base's leader, Wu Qingyue, as the guarantor. He wouldn't lie to everyone in the base, would he? As the leader of a base with over 1 million people, there was no need for him to lie to everyone." Long Yubai's face darkened slightly. Her watery eyes had a cold glint as she stared at him and said, "So you mean that this matter is true? Lin Feng and Yuan Tianxing had asked Sea City base for help, borrowing manpower? Then what will they give in exchange?" Lin Ruifeng looked at the information in his hands and replied, "Lin Feng and the others indeed seemed to have used something to cooperate with Wu Qingyue, but Wu Qingyue was actually willing to cooperate with them for the first time so readily. This is indeed a little strange. Also, Yuan Tianxing and the others directly treated this matter as a mission and hung it in Sea City's mission hall. At first, no one believed this, but after 2 groups of people went, everyone is now wavering in their suspicions." Long Yubai's handsome face was expressionless. His eyes were slightly drooping, and his long eyelashes covered them. No one knew what he was thinking. Lin Ruifeng looked down at the information and didn't notice his expression. Instead, he continued, "The address of Yuan Tianxing and the others' new base has not been found yet. I heard it's quite secret, but someone who knows the inside story said that the place seems to be in the direction of Hangzhou City." Long Yubai raised his head expressionlessly, a strange light flashing in his eyes. "Investigate. My purpose this time was to look for them. No matter what they are doing now, I will not let them have the chance to continue." Lin Ruifeng nodded and said, "Yes. Then what do we do next? Do we enter Sea City to take a look?" He thought that Long Yubai would be willing to enter the base. After all, the living conditions in the base were better than this car in the wilderness. Long Yubai asked, Did you find any news about the Sea City base's leader? Lin Ruifeng was slightly startled, then reacted and said, "Oh yes. He's not in Sea City now. He went out to collect supplies. It's already November, and the weather is getting cold. It's going to be winter soon, so he probably has to prepare for the survival of the entire base." Long Yubai nodded and looked at the gloomy sky outside. He said lightly, "Yes, the weather is starting to get cold. Although there's no change during the day, once the sun goes down, the temperature will plummet. Even if there's not enough food, we have to prepare some clothes and quilts to keep out the cold." These were the things that every base leader was concerned about, but Long Yubai didn't worry about it. Because he didn't care about it, there were several other deputy leaders in the base who would take care of it. But if it wasn't handled well, it didn't matter. If those ordinary people died, then so be it. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, people without the ability to survive would be eliminated sooner or later. It was better to die early and be free. Lin Ruifeng knew that Long Yubai actually didn't care about the lives of the ordinary people in Earth Dragon Base, so he didn't care about it. On the contrary, in his heart, those who didn't know how to go out and kill zombies and had no ability were just a burden in his eyes. He said, "Yes, that's why Wu Qingyue went out with his troops half a month ago. He hasn't come back yet." Long Yubai asked curiously, "Do you know which direction he went?" Lin Ruifeng shook his head and said, "Their actions have always been confidential. We need to spend some more time to investigate." Long Yubai nodded. "Well, I'll give you one more day. By this time tomorrow, I want to know the location of Yuan Tianxing's group and the direction of Wu Qingyue's position." Lin Ruifeng nodded. "Yes." Long Yubai raised his head to look at the sky. His eyes, which seemed to be rippling like water, stared straight at something. Lin Ruifeng looked back at him and happened to see his delicate side profile. His sharp chin and neck revealed a beautiful line when he raised his head. He swallowed his saliva and silently watched for a few seconds before forcing himself to look back. A cold light flashed in Lin Ruifeng's eyes when he turned his head. This man exuded an aura that made men's hearts beat all day long. But Lin Ruifeng didn't like this situation to happen. Chapter 456. On the other side, after Lin Xiao and Ah Wang had a good meal of crane meat, Lin Xiao thought of catching food for the king cobra in the space. Lin Xiao put away the scentless feather skin and went to the animal area. Ah Wang followed behind her, licking his lips after eating and drinking to his heart's content. He walked forward slowly. Soon, she arrived at the amphibious reptile territory. At this time, there was a big fight. Lin Xiao beckoned to the excited Ah Wang and said, "Come here, don't make trouble. We will just watch the fight here." As she spoke, she leaped onto a nearby tree and climbed up. Looking down from the tree, two huge reptiles were tangled together and attacking each other in a pool that had already dried up. They were a python and a huge crocodile. This python with clear stripes was much bigger than the snake in Lin Xiao's space. After all, this python was a giant among snakes. After the apocalypse, it had become as thick as a water bucket, and its length was at least 50 meters. The black and brown snakeskin reflected the sunlight from time to time. It was trying to entangle the other crocodile with its body, but the crocodile, which was 8 or 9 meters long with its tail, was not easy to deal with. The crocodile's 4 claws, which were as thick as dinosaur legs, were pressing on the python's body. It opened its mouth wide and chased after the giant python's head and neck, trying to bite off the giant python's head in one bite. However, the python was much more flexible than the crocodile. The crocodile's body was very hard, and it was very strong. The python wanted to entangle the crocodile and strangle it to death. This was indeed not an easy task. Lin Xiao took out a glass of water from the space and sat on the tree, watching the two big animals kill each other. She was thinking, even if the bucket-thick snake killed the 8 or 9 meters long crocodile, would it be able to swallow such a large prey? Lin Xiao knew that snakes were very greedy and would swallow prey that was several times bigger than themselves. But there were also many who were stuffed to death. Yes, that's right. Especially pythons. They were the greediest. Ah Wang was lying on the other side of a small hill, licking his paws as he watched the two animals fighting below. Lin Xiao sensed the surroundings and found that there were no other animal auras within 5 kilometers. Perhaps the auras of these two were too strong, scaring the others away. Otherwise, he would have been eaten by these two. The strong preyed on the weak. This was a very normal law of nature. He looked at the giant snake's diamond-shaped eyes, which were filled with crazy aggression and ferocious hostility. At a glance, one could tell that it was just a ferocious beast without any spirituality. It only had the instincts of a beast. Lin Xiao was not interested in these wild, mutated beasts, but he was more interested in their meat. She watched for a while and analyzed the current combat power and endurance of the two beasts. Soon, it was clear who would last longer and who would lose in the end. The giant snake was probably going to lose. Although its movements were nimble, it had used too much strength. Moreover, the crocodile was obviously stronger than the python, but the crocodile was more cunning than the python. The crocodile did not use all its strength. Obviously, it wanted to fight with the python and slowly consume its strength. After Lin Xiao finished her analysis, she was no longer interested in watching. She turned around and jumped down from the tree. After calling Ao Wang, she continued to walk to the other side. Ao Wang stood up and followed her. Before leaving, he looked back at the two beasts fighting below. When Lin Xiao walked to the grassland of the animal garden, she saw that the surroundings were desolate. There were no herbivores around. It seemed that the herbivores here had either been hunted by the carnivores or chased away to hide. Lin Xiao stood at the edge of the grassland and sniffed the surrounding. Then she chose a direction and went, because there came the aura of some kind of animal, and there were so many of them that she did not know what kind of animal it was. When Lin Xiao quietly walked to a forest, she looked at the big rats in front of her speechlessly. Well, she just couldn't get along with the rats. The changes at the end of the world had strengthened the tenacious life force of the rats. They became more rampant. Moreover, rats were omnivores. They ate and gnawed on everything, alive and dead, soft and hard. They reproduced quickly and liked to live in groups. Furthermore, his temperament was one that feared nothing in the world. Who said that rats were timid? They would not hide from people on the road. How could they be timid? Especially when there was a group of big rats here. Squeak, 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 squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As soon as she approached the edge of the forest, ear-piercing squeaks of the rats could be heard. Lin Xiao looked at the ground, the trees, and the leaves. There were rats twice the size of cats crawling all over them. Suddenly, she understood why there were two reptiles fighting over there. They were probably trying to take over a rat forest. She did not know why these rats stayed in the forest and did not leave. She did not approach them immediately. Instead, she asked the zombie dog to go over and take a look. Ao Wang, go over and take a look. Roar. Ao Wang had been tempted by the rats for a long time, even though he was already full. Even though it had eaten its fill as a hunting dog, it still had its wild instincts. Seeing so many prey in front of it, its wild instincts had long been revealed. Lin Xiao stood at the periphery and continued to sniff. However, there were too many rats here, and the smell was too strong. It covered up all the other smells. But even so, Lin Xiao still smelled the presence of other creatures apart from rats. In front of her were tens of thousands of giant rats, crawling everywhere. As soon as the zombie dog approached, the rats in the periphery suddenly went berserk. All of them rushed toward the zombie dog, squeaking. If there were only a few rats, the zombie dog would not be afraid. Of course, it would not be afraid even if there were dozens of them. However, in front of it, it did not know how many of them were crazily rushing over. Even the zombie dog was shocked. It almost turned around and ran away. However, it quickly reacted and jumped back. Then it turned around and spat out flames at the giant rats. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The unimaginable number of rats were immediately burned by the zombie dog's fire. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The unimaginable number of rats were immediately burned by the zombie dog's fire. Then, many of them were burned, causing the rats to stop running forward. They all rolled on the ground in pain. The rats in the apocalypse actually ate zombies. Therefore, when they encountered the zombie dog, they would also rush over to fill their stomachs. As long as it was edible, these rats would not be afraid of anything. They would rush toward their prey without any regard for their lives. Chapter 457. So when it saw the zombie dog coming, it was its prey that came to its doorstep. How could it let it go? Thus, the zombie dog was pounced on by the huge rats like a tide. It was so scared that it jumped up and down, and the fire ability in its mouth continuously burned a large group of rats to death. Then, more rats came out of the forest. Lin Xiao silently lit a candle for the zombie dog, and then she jumped down from the tree while invisible. She started from the periphery of the group of rats, and then picked the big ones. She grabbed them and threw them into the forest in her space. Because Lin Xiao could sense the location of the giant snake in her space, she directly threw them into its position. As a result, the king cobra that was sleeping on the tree roots suddenly heard a squeaking sound. Hearing this familiar sound, it immediately woke up. Therefore, just as the big snake raised its head, it was hit in the head by a big rat that fell from above. Squeak! A rat the size of an ordinary corgi, after hitting the head of the big snake, rolled to the ground. But this didn't affect its reaction. As soon as it fell to the ground, it quickly turned around and ran. The king cobra was smashed until it was dizzy, but its instinctive reaction was very fast. As soon as it saw something running, it immediately stuck its head out and chased after it. When its whole body was untied and slid out, the snake finally woke up. When it saw clearly that it was a big rat running in front of it, its eyes immediately lit up. A few days ago, it was fed by the zombie dog. Although it was only half full, at least it recovered some of its energy and stamina. But at least it had recovered some of its energy and stamina. Now it only took a few seconds to chase a mouse. Squeak! Then, the big rat that was running around in fear was immediately bitten by the giant snake. Squeak! Then the big rat that was running around in fear was immediately bitten by the giant snake. Squeak! Then, the big rat that was running around in fear was immediately bitten by the giant snake. This rat was swallowed by the king cobra in a few bites. But when it came to the king cobra, eating a mouse that was bigger than its head was just a matter of opening its mouth 2 or 3 times. Just as it finished eating the rat, it swallowed it. Then, it saw another rat fall from above and run around. The king cobra didn't say anything and immediately rushed over. Therefore, Lin Xiao would occasionally throw a big rat in to feed the snake while watching the zombie dog jump around and spit fire at the rats. Perhaps it was because they had sensed the commotion in the rat's nest. The auras of powerful mutant beasts started to appear in all directions. The first ones to arrive were the 2 reptiles that were fighting just now. Because they were originally very close to the forest, they suddenly felt the movement here as they fought. Then they stopped fighting at once, for they could not tell who was better for a while. They might as well check out the situation of their prey first. The surrounding auras were watching from afar and did not approach. This was the territory of the snake and the giant crocodile. If they appeared or approached, they would be warned and attacked. All the animals in this area knew that the giant python and the giant crocodile were neighbors, and they often fought with each other. At this time, Lin Xiao had just thrown a 17 or 18 kilogram rat into the space, and then he jumped to a nearby tree. Then, she saw the 2 that were entangled just now, crawling over here one after the other. The one rushing in the front was actually the giant crocodile, followed by the giant python. And the giant python also bit the crocodile's swaying tail from time to time, but it did not bite it. As soon as the 2 of them rushed over, they immediately saw the zombie dog jumping left and right, constantly spitting fire at the group of rats on the ground. Lin Xiao watched as the zombie dog controlled the fire to only kill the rats, so he didn't bother with it anymore. Even if the burned rats rolled around and led the fire to the grass, it would not burn too much. It wouldn't burn too much of an area, and it would extinguish itself very quickly. Seeing that there were other things invading their territory and attacking their captive prey, the 2 overlords immediately became angry. The 2 crawling overlords were enraged and immediately charged towards the zombie dogs. Affected by the smell of the giant snake, the rats that were rushing out of the forest suddenly stopped. Then, after pausing for a few seconds, they all ran back. Lin Xiao looked at the big rats that were suddenly scared away and finally caught a few of them and threw them into the space. Then she appeared and shouted at the zombie dog, "Along, come back. You can't beat these two." Oh, whoa. The zombie dog knew that the snake and the crocodile that were rushing towards it were several times stronger than it. Mutant beasts did not have any special abilities, but their bodies and strength were multiplied. Therefore, Along was already no match for the giant python that was dozens of meters long. This was not the king cobra in Lin Xiao's space. This one was much stronger than the previous one. Moreover, there was an even more powerful crocodile. Two of them together. It was better to leave first. Although these rats were not afraid of anything, they were very afraid of this giant python. Because of its large size and its natural enemy, the scales on its body were hard. Even if it lay on the ground for these rats to eat, they would not be able to bite it. Therefore, when the snake appeared, these rats all turned around and ran. Lin Xiao flashed to the side of the zombie dog, grabbed it, and entered the space. Then, the two of them appeared in the forest and looked at the king cobra that had been fed. Lin Xiao looked at the bucket, which was already empty. Lin Xiao fetched another bucket and placed it in front of the king cobra. The black king cobra was so full that it had eaten a stomach full of rats. Its stomach was bulging as if it was pregnant. It lay on the ground lazily. Anyway, even if it was wary of the two in front of it, it was too lazy to move. After Lin Xiao placed the bucket in front of it, she waved at the zombie dog to chase it away. Go, go, go. It is full now. Don't chase it, or else it will vomit. Oh, whoa. Why would it vomit? Along did not understand. It was already in its stomach, so how could it just swallow it out? Lin Xiao said, I just had a full meal. If you disturb me again, I will feel nauseous. Along had no choice but to walk out of the forest in confusion. Only then did Lin Xiao look at the giant snake that was coiled up like a small black mountain. Then she flashed out. However, as soon as she went out, she heard a young tiger's roar. Oh, whoa. Lin Xiao was stunned. Huh? Where did the tiger come from? But then she thought about it and realized that this was a zoo. There must be tigers here. Moreover, it was a Siberian tiger. But when Lin Xiao heard the tiger's roar, why did it sound like the roar of a baby tiger? Was it a baby tiger brought by a big tiger? Was it also here to catch rats to eat? Chapter 458. Lin Xiao was about to leave, but she heard the little tiger's roar as soon as she came out. She looked towards the direction of the sound and saw a little orange cat running towards her from afar. The little tiger was only a few months old. Its entire body was fluffy, and it had a round head and two small ears. A pair of big round eyes flashed with anxiety, panic, helplessness, and other emotions. It hurriedly ran past Lin Xiao in the direction of the rat forest. As if sensing its roar, a weak tiger roar suddenly came from the depths of the rat forest. Roar! Lin Xiao turned her head in surprise and looked towards the forest. Why was there a tiger in the forest? There should be a group of rats there, right? And from the sound of the big tiger, it seemed to be very weak. Roar, 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 roar. Hearing the big tiger's voice, the little tiger immediately roared anxiously. It ran even faster in that direction. Lin Xiao knew that if it ran over like this, it wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between the two reptiles' teeth. Apart from snakes, there were also rats. These rats didn't seem to be afraid of anything. She wanted to turn around and leave, but she knew that this little fellow would be eaten as a snack in a while. She couldn't bear to do so, so she thought about it and followed it to see the situation. And the big tiger didn't seem to be in a good condition. Otherwise, its voice wouldn't be so weak. The little fellow ran very fast. With a whoosh, it ran through the grass and into the forest. At this time, the two reptiles had already entered the rat forest. Lin Xiao thought about it. The tiger's voice just now also came from inside. Was there another battle going on inside? But strangely, there was no movement inside. If there was a fight, there should be a sound. She followed behind the little tiger and saw the little tiger boldly running forward. She couldn't help but worry for it. Little fellow, do you know what place you ran into? Roar, roar, roar. The little tiger roared all the way and rushed into the forest. Roar, the big tiger inside roared again. After Lin Xiao ran with the little tiger for 20 minutes, she realized that the forest was really big. She and the little tiger had been running for so long, but they didn't see any signs of reaching the edge. And gradually, they got close to the rats again. However, it was very strange that these mice were so scared that they retreated so far away. Lin Xiao jumped onto the tree and sensed the aura in front of him. The rat smell subsided a little, and then other smells came out. Other than the giant python and the giant crocodile, there was another scent that had the same origin as the little tiger. No, it was two. Judging from the smell, Lin Xiao thought that there was only one big tiger inside. But when he smelled it carefully, he realized that something was wrong. That was because the two scents were mixed together. What was going on? Looking at the little tiger's anxious expression, it was not difficult to guess that it was its parents inside. But how could the two of them be deep in the forest and leave the child alone outside? The little tiger ran in and stopped when it saw a large group of mice. Because the rats had also discovered it, they all turned around and stared at it with their green eyes. The little tiger was being stared at by thousands of mice. It was not stupid, so it immediately turned around and ran. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rats immediately chased after it like a tide. Roar, roar. The little tiger was so scared that it screamed as it ran. Lin Xiao looked at it amusedly. You were not afraid of death just now. Why are you afraid now? She knew that this place was filled with the smell of rats. How could this little guy not smell it? She watched as the little tiger was chased by the group of rats, running to the left and then to the right. Although it was still very small, it ran as if it was flying. When Lin Xiao chased it in just now, she realized that it was very fast. Now that it was being chased by a large group of rats, its speed was 2 levels higher than before. Although there were many rats behind it, they could not catch up with its speed at all. Lin Xiao watched for a while and realized that this little guy was actually quite smart. At least as long as it did not encounter the 2 large reptiles just now, it would be fine. Lin Xiao was more curious about the situation of the few inside. She leaped into the air and leaped all the way over the tree. After a while, she followed the smell to the place. When she came inside, she saw that the densely packed big rats were piled up within a few hundred meters. The rats on the ground were stepped on one by one, piling up high. The trees in this area were all full of rats, making the branches rustle under their weight. Squeak, 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 squeak. The continuous sounds of rats made Lin Xiao's head hurt. She kicked away the rats crawling on a tree and stood on it herself. The mouse that was kicked down by her was dumbfounded. It didn't know why it was suddenly kicked down. They looked up and saw nothing. The rats around the spot where Lin Xiao kicked were also startled, but when they looked around, there was nothing there. Then these rats immediately wanted to squeeze into the empty place where Lin Xiao was standing. Suddenly, a wisp of black mist came out from there. Rats had always been very sensitive to danger, so they immediately stopped when they saw the black mist. A few of them who had just come and retreated immediately screamed and turned into nothingness as soon as they came into contact with the black mist. Just like that, they all stayed far away from this place. Lin Xiao stood there and looked forward, finding that there was a big rat mound in front of her. Yes, it was a mound piled up by countless rats. She didn't know why they were piled up like this. But soon, Lin Xiao found out why they were piled up like this. Because there was something down there. Lin Xiao didn't know what was down there, but she saw rats falling from above from time to time, and soon, rats climbed up again. But Lin Xiao saw what was behind the rats. It was white like an ice cube. Lin Xiao didn't go over, but carefully looked at the periphery. Her position was about 20 meters away from the rat mound, but it didn't affect her eyesight. She looked left and right, but why didn't she see the giant python or the crocodile? Didn't she smell their scent just now? Why did they run away now? Roar, roar, roar. The little tiger shouted outside, unable to stop being chased by a large group of rats. It couldn't run in again, so it began to panic again. Roar. At this time, an adult tiger suddenly roared from under the rat mound. Lin Xiao was stunned. Then she stared there in surprise. Huh? There was a tiger below. Looking at the rat mound that was as big as a tomb, it turned out that there was a tiger below it. Roar, roar. When the little tiger heard its roar, it immediately responded. However, Lin Xiao couldn't understand what it was. There was no other way. She could only understand the sound of zombies. Chapter 459. At this moment, all the rats in the area scattered in panic. Maybe it was because there were more of them, but the speed at which they scattered slowed down. After a while, all of them ran away. Tens of thousands of rats that were bigger than cats ran away. Immediately, the thing under the pile of rats was revealed. Sure enough, it was a huge pile of ice. She could also vaguely see a black-striped orange animal lying under the pile of ice. It could still move, but only its front half. Its back half seemed to be unable to move. It seemed that there was a space within the pile of ice, and it was just trapped inside. Lin Xiao knew why the rats ran, because after a while, she saw the huge python slither in. It slid in front of the big pile of ice, then raised its head high and stared at the big tiger inside the ice pile. That's right, there were two big tigers inside. From Lin Xiao's point of view, she could only see one because the other was blocked. Lin Xiao jumped over and saw the other one when she got closer. The other one was lying inside, motionless. Only the other one was using its front paws to support its body, trying to get up. But when it saw the giant serpent approaching, it immediately stopped moving. It also stared at it closely, letting out a warning growl like a wild beast. Roar! Lin Xiao stood on a tree less than 2 meters away from the pile of ice and looked at the big tiger below. She could feel that the one that was lying motionless was no longer breathing. In other words, it was dead. But why did this one want to stay by his side? But looking at the one that was still alive, its condition was not much better. When she got closer, Lin Xiao saw that the one that was still alive had a large patch of blood on its waist. It was obviously heavily injured. It was trying to stand up, but its hind legs could not move. Its waist bone was probably broken. Lin Xiao looked at the two big tigers. They were not big. In this apocalyptic world full of giant mutated beasts, they were really not big. Because they were only half the size of the original adult Siberian tigers. They probably weighed about 700 to 800 kilograms. The huge snake just quietly stared at her from outside the pile of ice, spitting out its tongue from time to time. Lin Xiao looked around. Where did the crocodile go? At this moment, the little tiger outside suddenly screamed. Roar! Hearing the little tiger's childish scream, the tiger under the ice was no longer calm. It abruptly propped itself up, but its back was still dragging on the ground. Then, he roared weakly in the direction of the little tiger. Roar! After roaring, it fell to the ground powerlessly. But it immediately began to prop itself up again. Lin Xiao turned her head to look outside. She sensed that the aura of the little tiger had weakened. It looked like it was injured, and its smell was mixed with that of the crocodile. It was over. The little guy had obviously fallen into the hands of the giant crocodile. But since he wasn't dead, did that mean he wasn't eaten by the crocodile? Soon, there was movement from the other side. The giant crocodile's powerful limbs stomped on the ground step by step, creating a series of tremors. It was slowly walking towards them. Roar! The big tiger in the ice mountain roared again. At this time, perhaps sensing the approach of the giant crocodile, the giant python also moved. It raised its neck high, then suddenly opened its mouth and bit down on the ice mountain where the big tiger was. Gotcha! The giant python's sharp teeth bit the ice and immediately broke a small piece of ice. Ice shards splashed everywhere. The big tiger inside was immediately shocked. It bared its teeth and glared at the giant python. Roar! After the first bite, the giant python didn't stop. Instead, it continued to bite the ice mountain with its neck. Rather than saying it was biting, it would be better to say that it was hitting the ice mountain. It swung its long neck and used its teeth to hit the ice mountain from above. Then it bit down hard. Moreover, the python's teeth weren't like poisonous snakes that only had 2 teeth. It had 4 rows of teeth. But the only thing that could be used to attack was the 2 rows of sharp teeth on the outside. Therefore, Lin Xiao watched as countless ice shards flew out when it bit down. Soon, the giant crocodile slowly appeared. It easily held a dying little tiger in its mouth and slowly approached them. As it got closer, the giant python immediately stopped attacking the big tiger's ice mountain. It quickly swam to the other side and pulled a safe distance away from the giant crocodile. Thus, the two of them stood opposite each other on both sides of the big tiger. Roar! Seeing the little tiger in the giant crocodile's mouth, the big tiger inside the ice mountain immediately roared. It suddenly struggled to stand up, but the posture of its hind legs was a little strange. Because of its loud roar, the ice barrier around it suddenly cracked open. A few seconds later, it broke into pieces on the ground, revealing the two tiger bodies inside. Of course, one of them had already become a cold corpse. The big tiger climbed up with some kind of willpower. It opened its mouth and fiercely sprayed an ice mist at the giant crocodile. The ice mist shot at the giant crocodile that was already 4 or 5 meters away, but it only hit the front leg of the giant crocodile. The giant crocodile that was suddenly hit in the front leg stopped. When it saw that the big tiger's ice mountain had broken, it suddenly shook its head and threw the little tiger up slightly. Then, it opened its mouth to catch the little tiger. Roar! Seeing its action, the big tiger anxiously and angrily roared at it. But it couldn't continue to attack anymore. After this roar, its body that had just stood up fell to the ground with a thud. It watched helplessly as the little tiger fell into the giant crocodile's mouth. When the little tiger fell, the giant crocodile closed its mouth. But after it closed its mouth, it was stunned. Then, it suddenly opened its mouth again, and its tongue swept around. The little tiger that it thought would fall into its mouth was now gone. Roar! The big tiger roared at the giant crocodile, and then its whole body suddenly began to freeze. His soft orange fur had turned into ice needles, and his tail had also turned into ice. The tiger's eyes, mouth, and teeth all turned into ice sculptures. Lin Xiao didn't know why the ice tiger didn't use this skill before. It had to wait until its child was killed before it was willing to use it. Could it be that this skill could only be used once? But it was already too late to use it now. If it had used it just now, it might have been able to save the little tiger in time. She took a look at the space and suddenly rushed up to snatch the little tiger from the crocodile's mouth. At this moment, it was soaked in a bucket. This was the bucket that the king cobra used to drink water from. At this moment, a little tiger suddenly fell into the bucket. At this moment, it was looking at the little tiger in the water with a confused expression. Huh? Was this for it to eat? So when it was about to bite the little tiger out of the bucket and swallow it, Lin Xiao suddenly appeared and reached out to grab the whole bucket. Wait, you can't eat this. Chapter 460. The snake, who was about to take a bite of the snack, looked at Lin Xiao blankly as she walked away with the bucket. This time, it was not going to let it go. It swung its body and rushed over. She could take away the food, but not the bucket of water. Leave the water for this snake. Lin Xiao took the bucket away while paying attention to the fight outside. The big black snake rushed in front of her and blocked her way with a turn. It didn't dare to attack Lin Xiao because it couldn't beat her. What if the two-legged monster killed it after it attacked Lin Xiao? Therefore, although the big black snake rushed in front of Lin Xiao aggressively, it didn't dare to do anything to her. It just blocked her. If she went left, it would block her left, and if she went right, it would block her right. Lin Xiao didn't know what it wanted to do. Seeing that it was stopping her from leaving, Lin Xiao was confused. He had no choice but to scoop the baby tiger out of the water and put the bucket on the ground with it in his arms. Then she took a few steps back and put a distance of 2 meters between her and the bucket. She wanted to see if the snake was going to block the bucket or the baby tiger in her hand. In the end, she saw the big snake crawling towards the bucket that had been dyed red. Then it sniffed the bucket left and right. Suddenly, it pressed its head against the bucket and pushed it to the side. The bucket was overturned and all the water in it poured out. Lin Xiao paid attention to its movements while watching the fight outside. The frozen tiger was now struggling with the giant crocodile. Perhaps it was because of the addition of the ice, it regained its mobility. At this time, it jumped up agilely and pounced towards the giant crocodile. Then, it spat out a row of ice blades at the giant crocodile in midair. Countless ice blades that were 2 fingers wide and 20 centimeters long shot towards the giant crocodile's body. However, the giant crocodile had thick skin and flesh. Hundreds of ice blades hit its body, but they were all broken into pieces. They didn't hurt it at all. Seeing that its attack was useless, the ice tiger roared at it angrily. Roar! The giant crocodile shook its feet, and a layer of ice fell off its frozen forelimbs. Lin Xiao didn't want to help either side, but when she subconsciously saved the little tiger, she sighed in her heart. After wrapping the little tiger in a piece of clothing that no one was wearing, she placed it on the carpet in the small building. Then he took a glass of water and poured it into its mouth. After letting it drink the water, Lin Xiao flashed out of the space. She knew that as long as she put the little tiger in the building, the giant snake would not come in. After Lin Xiao left, Qiu Lily came downstairs. She wanted to see what Lin Xiao was doing, but she saw a dying tiger cub lying on the carpet. Lin Xiao disappeared again. After Lin Xiao came out, he glanced at the giant python that was taking advantage of the fight between the ice tiger and the giant crocodile to sneak closer to the tiger corpse. She felt a little strange. Snakes never ate dead things, so why would they crawl towards the dead tiger? As if sensing the movement of the giant python, the ice tiger that was attacking the giant crocodile suddenly turned around and roared in the direction of the giant python. Roar! As it roared, it swept away the giant crocodile and then pounced towards the giant python. It successfully stopped the giant python from approaching. Lin Xiao looked at its actions strangely. The ice tiger was actually guarding the tiger corpse. She wondered what the relationship between the two tigers was. The giant python completely ignored the ice tiger's attack because its skin was also very hard. The ice blade spat out by the ice tiger had no effect on it. Roar! The ice tiger seemed to have gone crazy. It roared and suddenly spat out a pile of ice mist at the giant python. The ice mist spread quickly because the giant python was already very close to the ice tiger, so it was immediately covered by the ice mist. Soon, the giant python's body began to freeze. The reticulated snake skin turned into ice skin. The ice tiger immediately rushed over and pounced on the temporarily frozen giant python. Its two front claws slapped the frozen body of the giant python. Kacha, the place that was hit by the ice tiger's claws, immediately shattered. The giant python's lower body was not frozen. At this time, it was vigorously twisting its lower body, and the snake's tail was swinging. The ice tiger obviously hated it to the core. After patting it once, it continued to slap it repeatedly. Its two tiger paws slapped several holes on the frozen body of the giant python. Perhaps it was frozen. After the giant python's meat was smashed, flesh and blood could be seen inside, but no blood flowed out. After a series of slaps, the ice tiger would bite the giant python from time to time. With a bite, another piece of broken meat came off. At this moment, a big mouth suddenly stretched out from the side and bit towards the ice tiger at an extremely fast speed. The ice tiger reacted quickly and jumped to the side, avoiding the giant crocodile. After the giant crocodile saw the ice tiger dodge, it was not in a hurry to chase after it. Instead, it suddenly crawled towards the giant python. It crawled to the side of the giant python, raised one of its claws, and slapped the giant python's body. Its action was actually the same as the ice tiger's, but the effect was different. With a few bangs, the giant python's upper body, including its neck, was broken by the giant crocodile. It should be said that it was broken. Perhaps the giant crocodile was not interested in the dead tiger's corpse. After slapping the giant python's upper body, it began to move towards its lower body. Then, it began to bite the part that was not frozen. After this bite, it used its two front claws to press down on the frozen part of the giant python. It used its mouth to bite the back part, but after a few tries, it realized that it was a little difficult. So, it bit the snake's body and slowly dragged it away, leaving behind the ice tiger that was helpless against the giant crocodile. Seeing that one of the three had died and another had left, Lin Xiao silently looked at the ice tiger that was guarding the tiger's corpse. Feeling that the surrounding threat no longer existed, the ice tiger still silently maintained its current appearance, as if it was not going to change back. At this moment, Lin Xiao sighed. She wanted to help, but looking at the changes in the situation, her help was no longer needed. Now, she could only return the baby tiger to the big tiger. Lin Xiao entered the space in a flash and saw Qiu Lily squatting beside the wet baby tiger and looking at it. Seeing Lin Xiao come in, she looked up and asked, "Where did this baby tiger come from? It was bitten like this. It's so pitiful. The injuries on its body are so serious. Its internal organs were bitten through, and a few of its ribs were broken. If it hadn't met you, it would have died." In Qiu Lily's opinion, with Lin Xiao around, the baby tiger's life was definitely saved. But it might take some time for the injury to heal. Lin Xiao said, "Oh, this was originally in Hangzhou Zoo. We are now in this position. It was bitten by a crocodile." Saying that, she picked up the baby tiger and prepared to take it out. Chapter 461. For 61, seeing that Lin Xiao was going out with the baby tiger, Qiu Lily hurriedly asked, "Are you going out with it?" Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Yeah, I'm going to give it back to its parents. It's like this now. You're going to show up in front of its parents with it. Won't they attack you?" "I won't let it hurt me," said Lin Xiao. Don't worry. Don't worry." It was the first time for her to meet a superpowered mutated beast. The ones she had met before didn't have superpowers. Superpowered mutated beasts were rare, very rare. Lin Xiao showed up in front of the ice tiger with the unconscious baby tiger. The ice tiger was startled by Lin Xiao's sudden appearance. It was no stranger to human beings. Before the apocalypse, all of them were raised by human beings. However, seeing the baby tiger in Lin Xiao's hands, the ice tiger couldn't stay calm anymore. "Roar!" It immediately lowered its head and popped its eyes as it roared at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao slowly put the baby tiger on the ground, then raised both hands and slowly made a few steps backward. After that, she abruptly leaped onto a tree nearby and landed on it. As Lin Xiao stepped back, the ice tiger raised its head and glanced at her with confusion. However, it didn't relax its vigilance. It walked toward the baby tiger step by step. It couldn't believe its own eyes. Just now, it saw its baby being swallowed by the four-legged fish. How could it show up now? And it was still alive? The ice tiger slowly approached the baby tiger and lowered its head to sniff at the baby tiger's body. He felt that there was another very pleasant smell mixed in with the familiar smell. Judging by the nice scent, the ice tiger figured out that it was a kind of energy that could heal wounds. It raised its claws and gently pulled the baby tiger's body, then carefully sniffed at its scent. Then, it raised its head and glanced at Lin Xiao with confusion. It was raised by human beings all the time, so it wasn't hostile to Lin Xiao. After confirming that its baby was still alive, it relaxed its attitude toward Lin Xiao a little. Lin Xiao silently observed the ice tiger and found that it didn't give up on the baby tiger even though it was injured. So, she sighed with relief. For some animals, if their children were too weak, their mothers would give them up. Take the strong child and leave. The ice tiger sniffed around the baby tiger's body for quite a while, then turned back to look at the dead tiger which was lying on the ground without moving. After that, it turned back to look at Lin Xiao, who was on the tree. Just like that, it looked back and forth 3 times. He looked at the tiger cub, then at the tiger corpse, and finally at Lin Xiao. In the end, as if it had made some kind of agreement, it used its mouth to bite the clothes under the little tiger and then lowered its head to prevent the little tiger from rolling out of the clothes. The ice tiger bit a corner of Lin Xiao's shirt and slowly dragged her toward Lin Xiao. He didn't let go of Lin Xiao until he was under the tree. After putting down the baby tiger, the ice tiger raised its head to look at Lin Xiao for a few seconds. Then he lowered his head and turned around. He turned around and walked towards the tiger corpse. After walking a few steps, it would turn back to look at the little tiger. By the time it reached the tiger corpse, it had turned its head back 3 times. Lin Xiao confusedly looked at the ice tiger who had dragged the baby tiger to her tree, then at the ice tiger who had walked to the dead tiger. What was the meaning of this? In fact, in the ice tiger's mind, it knew that human beings would save their lives. Humans would save a child because the previous keepers had saved a critically ill tiger cub before. The ice tiger walked back to the corpse of the tiger and laid down next to it. Then, it turned its head toward the little tiger and lied on the ground. Before long, the ice on its body seemed to be contagious as it froze the other dead tiger as well. After that, Lin Xiao saw the ice tiger turn into two. After that, one dead body turned into two. After lying down, the ice tiger sent the last bit of its energy to the dead tiger. At the same time, its life force dropped sharply and then disappeared. Lin Xiao leaped off the tree and held the little tiger in her arms. She didn't walk toward the two dead tigers, but glanced at them, then turned and left. It seemed that the dead tiger had consumed the last bit of its energy and life in order to become the ice tiger's power. Did it need to preserve its own bodies and those of its friends before it died? Lin Xiao didn't know how long the ice energy would last, but that had nothing to do with her anymore. She looked at the lively little tiger that had turned into such a pitiful state. She had no choice but to carry it and leave. At least, it wouldn't die in her hands. She turned and walked out of the woods. Those giant rats, which had been everywhere earlier, were all gone by now. She had no idea where they had gone. Lin Xiao fed the king cobra and took a trip to the zoo. She figured that it was time for her to continue her journey. She walked out of the zoo and let the car out. After that, she put the baby tiger in the front seat, then sat into the driver's seat and prepared to drive toward the south. While driving, she kept an eye on the baby tiger. After a couple of hours of driving, the little tiger finally woke up slightly. It looked around confusedly and saw Lin Xiao, who was a stranger to it. It gave a start and tried to jump up. However, once it moved, its wounds ached. Oh, the little tiger howled in pain. Lin Xiao turned and glanced at it. The little thing recovered pretty quickly. She thought that it wouldn't wake up until nighttime. However, it wouldn't be able to see its parents in the future. It would have to follow her. Lin Xiao sighed. She had one more carnivorous animal now. Thankfully, she was still able to catch food for them. She could afford to feed them. The little tiger howled in pain, but didn't dare to move. Once it moved, it would feel pain, so it had no choice but to stay where it was. However, it still shook its fluffy head and looked around. It stared at Lin Xiao for quite a while. Lin Xiao glanced at it. The little thing was so weak before it woke up, but now it was so energetic. It seemed that her water energy was getting more and more effective. Oh, it found that even though it was lying still, it still felt waves of pain. The little tiger was restless again. Lin Xiao looked at it and had no choice but to park the car aside. After that, she took out a glass of water from her space and started feeding it. It was, of course, not easy to feed the little tiger after it woke up. The little thing didn't cooperate, so Lin Xiao spent quite a while to feed it a glass of water. She even spilled a lot of water on the front seat. The little tiger had been struggling while scratching Lin Xiao from time to time. It just wouldn't drink the water that Lin Xiao gave it. Lin Xiao even wanted to strangle it to death. Why would she feed it? Chapter 462. She went out of Hangzhou without a hitch. Although her breath was always open, she didn't hide it. She also caught a few level 5 zombie leaders and a dozen level 4 zombies on the way. Soon, the number of zombies in her space grew a lot more. And with Qiu Lily suppressing them, the new zombies didn't dare to make trouble. At night, Lin Xiao had entered the border of Jiangxi in Yushan County. She stopped the car and put it into her space. She flashed and went in. After going in, Lin Xiao took the little tiger out. Ow, ow. After an afternoon, the little fellow had recovered a lot of energy. Although it couldn't move, its claws didn't stop scratching people. After entering the small building, Lin Xiao put it on the ground. The little tiger's fur was already dry. It was fluffy and messy, but its 2 round eyes were still very lively. As long as Lin Xiao approached it, it would immediately bare its teeth and scratch with its claws. Seeing it like this, Qiu Lily was surprised and said, "What? It recovered so fast? When I saw it at noon, it was clearly dying." Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, it's already so energetic after waking up." Qiu Lily asked, "Aren't you going to send it back to its parents? Why did you bring it here?" Lin Xiao said, "Its parents are both dead." Qiu Lily was stunned and then said, "Oh, I see. Lin Xiao pressed down the little tiger that was crawling on the carpet and said to it, "Don't move, your injury hasn't healed yet. Just stay there." Ow! The little tiger that wanted to stand up was pressed down again and immediately struggled. Chill Lily said, "Then why don't you just put it in an empty room? Let it struggle on its own. You can't hold it down all the time anyway." "Then how did you drive outside like this?" Lin Xiao said helplessly, "I threw it on the back seat and let it struggle on its own. In the end, the seat was bitten and scratched." As she spoke, she grabbed the little tiger and stood up. Then she went upstairs and found an unoccupied room on the second floor. After putting the little tiger in, he closed the door and left it alone. After seeing Lin Xiao come down, Chill Lily asked, "Did you not give it anything to eat? Otherwise, why would it keep barking?" Lin Xiao said, "I caught a rabbit for it in the afternoon and gave it all to it. I didn't even get a piece," she said as she walked out because she still had to deal with the newly caught zombies. After leaving the small building, Lin Xiao turned in the direction of the space. From the first batch of level 4 zombies, other than the 3 that were left at the upper city to help with farming, there were still 14 of them left. In the second large space, there were a few zombie leaders squatting inside. The 5 zombie leaders were squatting on the ground when they saw Lin Xiao and Chill Lily coming in. All of them retreated in fear. "Don't move. What are you retreating for? Stand up," Lin Xiao shouted at them sternly. The 5 zombie leaders immediately stood up and carefully stood in front of Lin Xiao. However, they still couldn't help but take a few steps back. One of them took a step back, and the other followed suit. In the end, everyone took a few steps back together. Lin Xiao looked at them coldly and said, "What are you afraid of? If I want to kill you, do I need to catch you? But if you don't listen, then I will really kill you. Think about it carefully." These zombies were all wild zombies. Although Lin Xiao and Chill Lily could use their levels to suppress them, that was only if they appeared. However, that was only when they showed up. If she wanted them to do things for her without causing any trouble, she would not be able to do so. She still needed to train them well. First, she needed to let them know how to listen to orders and understand the rules. These zombie leaders were very afraid of Lin Xiao and Chill Lily's aura, so when they saw them coming, they all instinctively wanted to run away. They didn't know that Lin Xiao had chosen them today. After 30 to 50 years, they escaped the fate of being wiped out by humans. Lin Xiao didn't force them. She just stood at the door and said, "Listen to my instructions. Don't run around in here. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Also, you are not allowed to fight. I'm telling you, if I find you fighting, you can try." After saying that, she suddenly waved her hand. Immediately, a wisp of black fog floated out. Then it began to fly above the zombie leaders and slowly grew bigger. Very soon, it turned into the shape of a dragon. Seeing this black fog, all the zombie leaders were shocked. This time, they quickly retreated and then tightly lay on the wall of the space. The wall of space was actually a mass of white mist, and the place where the white mist appeared. Where the white fog appeared, it couldn't pass through. Lin Xiao waved her hand and took back her ability. Then she turned around and went into the small space next door. At this time, Zhou Shui was still sitting in the office in Haiqing base. Yan Fangyu stood in front of his desk and said, "Long Yubai has been outside the base for the whole afternoon, but he didn't come to say hello. Is it really good to let him stay outside like this?" Now there was a rule between every base. If the regular army of a base wanted to pass in front of or beside another base, they had to first say hello. Otherwise, the local base would think that the intention of bringing the army over was unclear and could be expelled. Just like in the past, our country, our territory, the military forces of other countries couldn't invade at will. So this time, it was not a big deal that Long Yubai brought a large number of troops to stay 5 or 6 kilometers away from their base. But they didn't come to say hello, which was a bit inappropriate. Although Haiqing base was small, now the whole city was Haiqing base's territory. So the other troops entering the city was already considered an invasion. Zhou Shui calmly looked down at the document and said, "Don't worry. If they don't send someone to greet us tomorrow, if they still don't send someone to say hello tomorrow, then we can only send someone out to warn them." Yan Fangyu was very dissatisfied with Long Yubai's behavior and said, Oomph. What is a small earth dragon base? How dare they come to our side? What do they want? Zhou Shui smiled and looked up at her. He said, "You care about him that much?" Although his base isn't big, he has connections with the leaders of several other bases. That's different. Yan Fengyu actually hated this kind of people who had no ability and could only use that kind of means to confuse people. For example, she used to be very disdainful of Lu Tianyu. But although she didn't like this woman, as long as she didn't provoke her, she wouldn't do anything to Lu Tianyu. But she had heard what kind of person the leader of Earth Dragon Base was, so naturally, she didn't have a good opinion of him. Chapter 463. Long Yubai, whom Yan Fengyu disliked, was standing on the roof of a car with Lin Ruifeng standing behind him. Lin Ruifeng said to him, "Yuan Tianqing and the others are indeed heading towards Hangzhou. I heard that they're still in Hangzhou. Also, Wu Qingyue seems to be heading in that direction this time, but I'm not sure if he's also in Hangzhou." Long Yubai's eyes flashed. He crossed his arms in front of his chest with one hand and rubbed his chin with the other. He said, "They're all heading in that direction? We came from that direction too. It seems like we've missed them. In that case, let's go back." As he spoke, he jumped out of the car and walked to his RV. "Bring me the map of Zhejiang province." "Yes, sir," a soldier beside him replied, and quickly turned to get the map. Lin Ruifeng also jumped out and walked behind him. Soon, the soldier came back with a map and handed it to Long Yubai. Long Yubai took the map and walked into his car. After turning on the lights, he spread out the map on his lap. He looked at Hangzhou and Jiaxing. Hangzhou is so big, it won't be easy to find them. Did anyone go to their base and then come out of it? He asked as he looked at the map. Lin Ruifeng shook his head. "Not yet, but I heard that they're still recruiting workers in High City and will send them over again. It's just that we don't know the exact time they'll send them over." Long Yubai thought for a moment and asked, "Then are we just going to wait here?" Lin Ruifeng said, "Maybe we can go in the direction of Hangzhou and send out all the intelligence teams to investigate the situation. Also, we're already in High City's territory. We can't stay for too long. We can leave another team here to ambush Yuan Tianqing and the others. We can follow them the next time they come back to pick up the workers." Long Yubai nodded and said, "All right, let's do as you say. Since we can't stay here for too long, let's leave High City first." Lin Ruifeng nodded and asked, "Now?" Long Yubai said, "Now. Didn't you say that we can't stay in someone else's territory for too long? Don't tell me we have to wait for them to come tomorrow." "I'll go and organize the team immediately," Lin Ruifeng said as he turned and got out of the car. After Long Yubai left the Netherworld King's base, Yang Jianhua sat cross-legged on his bed and absorbed a corpse core. The corpse core's energy was continuously channeled into his palm and into his body through his palm. A large amount of energy circulated in his body and finally gathered in his brain. He had been absorbing energy here for 3 days and was now at the most critical moment. Sure enough, after an hour, Yang Jianhua's body suddenly trembled. The veins on his face suddenly bulged, and his handsome features suddenly became ferocious. A wave of energy rippled out from his body, and the whole room shook as if there was an earthquake. All the furniture in the room shook at the same time. Then, the energy wave shrank back into Yang Jianhua's body. The ferocious expression on Yang Jianhua's face returned to normal. He opened his long and narrow eyes, and a glint flashed across them. He got up from the bed and stood up straight. He closed his eyes and loosened his hands. After sensing the energy in his body, he smiled slightly. His eyebrows were raised, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Finally, he had reached the 7th rank. He had finally entered the realm of the real strong. Ha ha ha. This way, he wouldn't have to be humble in front of Long Yubai in the future. Yang Jianhua took a deep breath and walked out of the room. "Go and call Lu Yu to my study." After walking out of the door, Yang Jianhua ordered the guards at the door. "Yes." One of the 2 guards at the door immediately turned around and left. Yang Jianhua turned and walked toward his office, and the other soldier followed behind him. He went down to the 2nd floor and walked into the study. The soldier naturally waited outside the door. Not long after, a man and the soldier that Yang Jianhua had just called came up together. Seeing that there was someone guarding the door of Yang Jianhua's study, he immediately knew that Yang Jianhua was already inside. Lu Yu immediately walked over and stood outside the door and knocked. "Come in." Yang Jianhua's voice came from inside. Lu Yu twisted the handle of the door and pushed the door open. Yang Jianhua was sitting at his desk, and there were many lists of information in front of him. At this time, he was holding a list in his hand. After Lu Yu came in, he closed the door, then walked to Yang Jianhua's desk and asked, "Leader, have you broken through?" Yang Jianhua didn't look up at him, but just responded faintly. Lu Yu was his most trusted subordinate, so he didn't want to hide it from him. Yang Jianhua didn't intend to hide it from him. Anyway, he would soon let everyone know that he was now a 7th rank expert. "Have you checked all the items? How many supplies did Long Yubai take?" He looked up at Lu Yu and asked. Lu Yu nodded and walked up to him and rummaged through his desk. Then he pulled out a stack of paper and handed it to him. These are the things he took. Yang Jianhua took it and opened it in his hand to look at it carefully. Lu Yu continued to take several other lists on the table and put them in front of him. These are the list of people who are still at the base, as well as their relatives and so on. These are the people who were sent to Earth Dragon Base by Long Yubai. Most of them are young and healthy men and women. There are about 5,000 of them. The more Yang Jianhua looked, the more his face sank. He said coldly, "He brought all these precious energy supplies to Earth Dragon. It seems that he wanted to destroy this place for a long time. It doesn't matter. When I get to Earth Dragon, I will take back everything that belongs to me. Long Yubai can forget about suppressing me to do things for him. Then this place, are we really going to destroy it? What about the people here? Right now, the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled in the base, even if we deliberately let them die, there are still more than 30,000 people alive. Including the soldiers and other ability users, there are more than 60,000 people. What should we do with these people? Didn't Long Yubai say to kill all those useless burdens? Then just kill them. If they want to hate, let them hate Long Yubai. Try to put the families of the soldiers last. Don't kill them first. Without them, how can we restrain the soldiers?" Yang Jianhua sneered and said while looking at the list in his hand. "Then in this case, will Long Yubai have a problem with you?" Lu Yu asked with a frown. "Of course he will. There are so many people and so many mouths. Do you think he will be willing to consume his food?" Yang Jianhua sneered. Chapter 464. Hearing Yang Jianhua say that those old, weak, sick, and disabled people should be killed, Lu Yu's face showed no expression. Like Yang Jianhua, he had no relatives in this post-apocalyptic world. Those who have relatives, if they are not strong enough, will end up like this. It can only be said that they are unlucky. Why did they choose this base to live? Long Yubai has always been a very stingy person. Many people in his own base will starve to death, not to mention these people in the enemy's base. It has nothing to do with him. Why should he give more food to feed them? But if we do it directly, it may cause dissatisfaction among most of the soldiers in the army. And there are those ability users. They will not be obedient to you, leader." Lu Yu thought about it and said, "There is no need to do it so quickly. Anyway, they have not eaten for many days now. They won't last long." Yang Jianhua said faintly. After those who did not escape were controlled, they were given very little food. Usually when 10 people are locked together, they will only put food in for 2 people and then let them fight for it. After a few months, most of them starved to death. There was no need for Yang Jianhua to send people to do it. When Lu Yu heard this, he nodded in understanding. He also guessed that Yang Jianhua would say this. "Then when do we leave for Earth Dragon Base?" Lu Yu thought about it and asked again. Yang Jianhua did not say anything. He just looked at the list of information in front of him. After a while, he said, "Don't worry, he is going to Sea City now. He won't be back so soon. You first bring out the families of the soldiers in this base, and then control them. Pay attention, let these people die. Although they have no ability, they're still useful. Without them, it will be difficult to control the tens of thousands of soldiers." "Okay, I will do it in a moment," Lu Yu responded. By the way, haven't the rats outside the base been cleaned up? We must get rid of them quickly. Don't let them have a chance to appear and ruin our plan. Yang Jianhua suddenly thought of something and said to Lu Yu, most of them have been cleaned up, but there is still a group of people who are very difficult to deal with. They are very good at hiding. They have been hiding from time to time. We can't lock their whereabouts. Speaking of the former Lin Xiao party outside the base, Lu Yu also had a headache. Oh, who are these people? Do you know his identity? Yang Jianhua asked. Lu Yu said, it's Duan Wan, Li Hongsheng, and a few others from Lin Xiao's personal guards. They are now leading a motley crew. Although they are not very strong, they are very good at hiding like mice. Duan Wan? This woman is not dead yet. Are they still keeping an eye on this broken base? Yang Jianhua snorted coldly. Lu Yu nodded. Yes, she and Li Hongsheng gathered the other ability users and soldiers who escaped. They've been roaming around the outskirts of this base. I wonder what they're up to. Yang Jianhua looked at him, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. If you don't know what they're doing, do you still let them stay outside? Lu Yu was slightly stunned and said in a panic, no. We have been tracking their tracks, but these people are too cunning. Every time we got the news and rushed over, they would know in advance and run away. Every time? Are you sure it's not a spy on your side? Yang Jianhua asked faintly. Lu Yu said, it's also possible. Yang Jianhua waved his hand at him at this time and said, okay, hurry up and get rid of them. They are staring here and not leaving. They must have some intentions. Yes. Lu Yu immediately turned and left. While Yang Jianhua was carrying Long Yubai on his back, Lin Xiao had almost arrived the next day. After driving through Guangzhou City, she went all the way to Heyuan City. However, it was still 2 or 3 hours' drive from Hui City, where the Netherworld King's base was located. The location of the Netherworld King's base was in a county of Hui City. It was not in the urban area, but in Huidong County, near the sea. After entering the county, Lin Xiao put away the car and jumped to the roof alone. After carefully smelling the air, she suddenly sneaked in a direction. There was a school, just a primary school. The tables and chairs in the classroom were also overturned, and most of the books and textbooks inside were scattered on the ground. The walls, doors, windows, and many other places in the classroom were stained with dried blood. At this time, in one of the classrooms, a strong smell of blood spread out. Lin Xiao came because of this strong smell of blood. It might be because she was too far from the human base, so she didn't smell so much blood. Now that she suddenly smelled this blood, her intuition told her that there must be a fierce corpse here. As long as she saw a fierce corpse that was eating people, Lin Xiao would not let it go. She came to the gate of the primary school, looked at the surrounding desolate environment, and then lifted her feet to walk in. Along the school path that was covered with weeds, she walked towards the 3-story teaching building. Soon, she arrived at the bottom of the building. At this point, the stench from the 3rd floor became even thicker. Lin Xiao couldn't help but cover her nose with her hands. Although she didn't need to breathe, she could smell the smell, and her nose was very sensitive. The smell of blood directly rushed from the nose to the brain. Lin Xiao only felt a little dizzy from the smell. After walking up the stairs, she walked towards the smell of blood. The strong smell of blood had the aura of a level 5 zombie leader, and it also had a very fierce and vicious aura. Along the way, she looked at the middle of the stairs. There were old and new blood marks. Obviously, there was a living thing that was dragged on the ground. As for what it was, whether it was a human or an animal, of course, Lin Xiao wouldn't guess because she could directly smell that it was human blood. Even if it was dry, it was still the smell of human blood. She stepped on the places that were not dragged by blood and walked up while observing the blood marks. The blood marks had been dragged in the same place many times and had already formed a blood path. Who knew how many times the blood had been dragged here? And after the blood was dried up, it was smeared with new blood. So this blood path had already piled up into a thick blood stain. After Lin Xiao walked along the blood path to the 3rd floor, she saw that the blood path extended to a classroom. She walked over and looked at the half-closed door, and on the top of the door frame hung a rusty class number. 5th grade class 3. Lin Xiao didn't go in. but walked to the window and looked inside. With one look, Lin Xiao frowned. Because the tables in the classroom were arranged neatly, every table and every chair was in their original position, not like other classrooms that were messed up. But what made Lin Xiao frown was not the neatly arranged tables and chairs, but the corpses that were placed on the tables. Chapter 465. The classroom wasn't big, but there were more than 30 tables for 2 people. In the past, a main class would probably have 50 or 60 people. But now, there was a corpse on each of these 2-person tables. The corpses on the podium had been there for the longest time, and then one by one, they were placed at the back of the classroom, where the students liked to sit. The corpses on the podium had already dried up or had long decayed into bones, and the flesh on the corpses had already disappeared. And the corpses in the middle still had flesh that hadn't completely decayed, and a swarm of green flies were buzzing around them. Lin Xiao looked at these corpses, at least on the podium. She couldn't tell what they looked like. But whether they were old or young, perhaps she could tell from the shape of the bones. The ones in the middle could be distinguished from their clothes. Only the last few corpses had different degrees of decay. The floor of the classroom was covered with blood and dirt. Lin Xiao didn't go in, because even if she stood by the window, she could clearly see the freshest corpses, but the smell inside made Lin Xiao dizzy. The smell of the old corpses and the smell of the new corpses mixed together. If she didn't separate them, Lin Xiao's nose would also be affected, so she could only use her eyes to see. Looking at the chests and heads of the fresh corpses were hollowed out, leaving only 2 bloody holes. The degree of death of these corpses didn't exceed 7 days, and each of them died at a different time. It was as if the level 5 zombie was lying on top of a man's body and gnawing on his skull. It bit by bit and then spat out the skull. This level 5 zombie was a child about 11 or 12 years old and looked like a 5th or 6th grader. Its mouth was full of blood, and the 2 claws that were grabbing the corpse's head were also dyed black and red, and the clothes on its chest were dripping with blood. And the corpse it was eating now was a man, about 25 to 30 years old, and it had just died less than 2 hours ago. And his chest, where the heart should be, had been hollowed out. The childlike zombie took a big bite out of the man's head. Then it used its claws to dig into the brain and pulled out a bunch of tofu-like red and white things. Then it opened its mouth abnormally wide and used its hand to stuff the tofu-like things into its mouth. Baji baji. After stuffing a pile of white and some blood-red food into its mouth, the little zombie closed its mouth, moved its mouth a few times, and swallowed. Lin Xiao frowned as he watched him eat by himself. A wisp of black mist slowly spread out from his hand and floated down Lin Xiao's leg. Then, the black mist floated along the ground and into the classroom. The level 5 zombie didn't seem to be able to feel the thin black mist that Lin Xiao released. It was still eating, and even put its claw that was covered in brain matter into its mouth to suck. Just when Lin Xiao's black mist floated from the bottom of the table to his feet, the level 5 zombie suddenly stopped eating and looked around with a puzzled expression. Then, because Lin Xiao's black mist was under his feet, and there were many tables blocking it, the little zombie looked around and didn't see anything, so it continued to eat. But soon, Lin Xiao's black mist floated to his feet, and then the black mist quietly condensed into a black rope that wrapped around the little zombie's foot. Roar dash, suddenly feeling that his foot was wrapped by something. The little zombie roared in shock and wanted to jump away. In the end, the black rope that was wrapped around the zombie's leg tested the zombie's leg and dragged him to the ground. Then Lin Xiao waved his hand, and a large amount of black fog suddenly appeared and quickly surged into the room through the door and windows. Seeing the large amount of black mist, the zombie leader showed a frightened expression. Roar dash, he got up and wanted to run, but his foot was crooked and seemed to be missing a piece. He looked down in panic and found that he had lost one of his feet. Lin Xiao's black mist rope directly melted his foot. Just when he fell to the ground, Lin Xiao's black mist quickly covered him. Roar dash, the level 5 zombie struggled to get up. The black mist had swallowed a layer of his skin and flesh, and his whole body looked like it had been skinned and burned black. It was still a level 5 zombie, so it wouldn't be melted by Lin Xiao's black mist. He got up again, suddenly crouched down, and jumped out of the window behind him. Bang! The glass on the window was directly smashed by him. But just a few seconds after he rushed out, the black mist behind him shook, and a figure jumped out. Puff dash, a claw directly inserted into the back of the level 5 zombie's head in midair, and then forcefully swung. Putong, the primary school zombie was thrown to the ground below like a corpse. Lin Xiao then fell down, holding a level 5 zombie core in her hand. She raised her other hand and raised it towards the classroom behind her. Soon, the black mist in the classroom upstairs surged out, and then gathered towards Lin Xiao's raised hand. The classroom upstairs was swept clean by the black mist, and at this time, all the tables, chairs, and corpses had been turned into a piece of empty space by the black mist. Lin Xiao waved her hand, and a wisp of black mist flew towards the zombie's corpse and then covered it. In less than 3 seconds, the zombie below disappeared. After she withdrew the black mist, she took out a glass of water from her space, and after washing the zombie core in her hand, she put it away and then walked out of the school. Lin Xiao didn't know what was going on with her body. She had absorbed 80% of the level 7 energy core, but she still didn't feel any changes in her level. Even the energy in her mind didn't increase. Along the way, as long as she killed high-level zombies or encountered mutant plants with energy cores, she would take the time to stop and let Little Man absorb energy. However, she discovered that while there were many mutated plants, there were very few plants that could grow energy cores and become demons. From Hangzhou City to Hui City, she had only encountered 2 such plants during the 1,200-kilometer journey. She had killed a lot of high-level zombies. He had even killed 2 zombie kings. That's right, she killed them because they weren't willing to submit to her coercion. So Lin Xiao didn't bother to deal with them, and directly killed them to take the zombie cores. However, she absorbed 80% of the 2 level 6 zombie cores, 2 mutant plant energy cores, and dozens of level 4 and 5 zombie cores, and the rest was absorbed by Little Man. However, even with such a huge amount of energy entering Lin Xiao's body, she couldn't feel any breakthrough. Chapter 466. After dealing with the man-eating primary school zombie, Lin Xiao walked towards the direction where the smell of living people came from. There were people there, not necessarily in the direction of the base, but if there were people there, there must be intelligence. In a shopping mall a few kilometers away from the Pluto base, there was a parking lot, a supermarket, and a warehouse. At this time, a group of people were quietly staying in a hidden warehouse. It was dark inside, and because there was no power, there was no light in this sealed warehouse. There were more than 20 people squatting or lying in the warehouse. 5 or 6 of them were children. The youngest was 10 years old, and the oldest was about 12 or 13 years old. These children were originally raised by people in the base, but because Long Yubai attacked the city, their parents died in battle. They were all boys. If it was girls or Yang Jianhua, Long Yubai would feel that they were useful, but boys were useless. So these children became the targets of elimination. The rest of the people were young men in their 20s or 30s. A few of them stood in the 4 corners of the room, holding flashlights in their hands, acting as light bulbs for everyone. In addition to these people, there was also a woman who looked about 30 years old. The woman sat by the door, holding a pistol in her hand and turning a few bullets in her palm. Sister Wan, they have been out for a whole day. They should be back by now. A child of about 12 years old couldn't help but ask, because he was sitting close to the woman. Duan Wan's hand that was playing with the bullets paused slightly. Then she turned to the child and nodded, and they should be back soon, be patient. Could it be that they have been discovered? Every time they sneak into the base to find food, it's too risky. A thin man next to her said with a worried expression, if they don't go to the original base to find food, then do you think there will be anything to eat outside? The area within 100 miles of the base has already been swept countless times. What food can they find? Eat dirt? Now we can only see if they can successfully bring out some food from the base. Duan Wan said indifferently. The others looked at Duan Wan, and after thinking about it, they couldn't help but ask the question they had asked countless times these days. How long do we have to wait before we can leave? Duan, you keep telling us to wait. We have waited for so many days. Can't we leave? Duan looked in the direction of that person and said, wait for the news that Yang Jianhua brings back. But Yang Jianhua has been back for so many days. What kind of news can he bring back? Can't you find out? The man asked in confusion. That's why Li Hongsheng and the others were gone for so long today. They should have brought back some news. Duan said with uncertainty. Sister Wan, I'm hungry. A little boy beside her muttered. At this moment, Duan suddenly felt movement outside the door. She couldn't care less about the child's cry of hunger. She quickly and nimbly loaded the bullets into the magazine, then buckled the magazine on the gun. She turned around and leaned against the thick gap of the door to listen outside. Seeing her actions, the others immediately became alert and stared at her quietly. Hearing the familiar footsteps coming closer, Duan heaved a sigh of relief. She turned around and said, they're back. Although she said so, she didn't open the door immediately. Sure enough, not long after, someone knocked on the door. Duan, it's us. Hearing Li Hongxing's voice, Duan called two men over to help open the door. After the door was opened, she saw a few men outside holding flashlights. Seeing the door open, they immediately flashed in. After everyone came in, they immediately closed the door tightly. How is it? Is there any news? Duan asked anxiously as she looked at the people who came back. Li Hongsheng was a very thin man wearing a pair of glasses. If it weren't for the several gun holsters strapped to his body, he would look like a very gentle person. He put the backpack on the ground and squatted down. There are some. Come eat something first. Today's luck is good. I dug up some sweet potatoes from the original planting site. Li Hongxing said as he took out the things from the backpack. The food they went to find was the food grown by the Valkyries. Although the base was in chaos because of the chaos, many of the crops that were previously planted in the ground were not cleared. Even if Long Yubai and Yang Jianhua sent people to dig up the food, they wouldn't dig so carefully and would always miss some. The people who came back with Li Hongsheng also said excitedly, yes, not only sweet potatoes, but also some cassava, sweet potatoes, and even taro. But these have to be cooked before we eat them. When Duan heard this, she quickly asked, how much did you dig? Li Hongxing said, a total of 3 bags, enough for us to eat for 3 days. The 3 bags he mentioned were actually the bags of the backpack. As he spoke, the other 2 people also put down 2 bulging bags. Duan immediately said, then hurry up and cook some to eat first. The children have been hungry for 2 days. After saying that, someone immediately took out a stainless steel pot from the corner, and the water and ice ability users got water and ice cubes together. Then 2 fire ability users directly used the flame of their ability to boil a pot of water, and then put the peeled cassava, sweet potatoes, and other sweet potatoes into the pot to cook. Seeing that they were busy cooking, Duan called Li Hongsheng to the side and asked, what's the news? Li Hongsheng pushed up his glasses and said, I heard that Long Yubai went to Haicheng and said that he was going to deal with Deputy Leader Yuan. Duan asked in surprise, Deputy Leader Yuan? He appeared? Because Yuan Tianxing had been missing for almost a month, everyone thought that he had met with an accident or had defected. But people like Duan, who often worked beside their superiors, knew that Yuan Tianxing would not betray Lin Xiao, so they only guessed that Yuan Tianxing had been secretly killed. Now that she suddenly heard that he had appeared again, it was no wonder that Duan was surprised. Li Hongxing nodded. Yes, and I heard that Deputy Leader Yuan is still with Captain Lin and the others. It seems that Yang Jianhua didn't do anything to them, so this time Long Yubai personally went to deal with them. Really? It's great that the captain and the others are fine. But why would Long Yubai personally deal with them? Is it necessary? When Duan heard that Lin Feng and the others were fine, she immediately became happy. But when she thought that Long Yubai personally went after them, she couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Li Hongxing thought about it and said, I think that his purpose in going there might not be just to deal with the captain and the others. Chapter 467. That's possible. But Long Yubai still won't let the commander and the others go. He's really a scum. The base has already been destroyed by him. What else does he want? Duan Wan nodded and gritted her teeth in hatred. This Long Yubai has always been a very ambitious person, and he looks like he's very kind on the outside, but he's actually a cruel and merciless person. I think his purpose for going to Sea City this time isn't simple, Li Hongxing suddenly said after thinking about it. Duan Wan looked at him blankly for a moment, her eyes flashing a few times before looking at him with some hesitation. You mean it can't be? Does he have such a big appetite? Can he eat Sea City base? Li Hongxing shook his head and said, I'm just guessing. There's no proof, so I can't make a judgment. Duan Wan thought about it and felt that it wasn't very likely. If Long Yubai's purpose for going to Sea City this time was to investigate or infiltrate Sea City other than Yuan Tianxing and the others, then it was very likely that he would do it. Because in Long Yubai's eyes, a mere Netherworld King's base with a few 100,000 survivors was not enough to satisfy his ambition. However, when she thought about Long Yubai's ability, he might not be capable, but he had many ways to rope in helpers. If he had such an idea, it wasn't impossible. Duan Wan thought about it and suddenly felt that Li Hongxing's guess was still possible. Now that you mention it, I feel that he does indeed have this ambition. Just our Netherworld King's base alone is not enough to satisfy him. Li Hongxing nodded, then asked her what she planned to do next. Then what should we do next? Right now, Yang Jianhua is still guarding the base, and I also heard some bad news. Yang Jianhua starved those ordinary people to death. They starved them to death. Li Hongxing's face darkened when he said that Yang Jianhua had locked up those innocent people and starved them to death. Duan Wan was stunned when she heard that. Then she stared at Li Hongxing with a shocked expression. What did you say? He starved them to death? Didn't you say that he and Long Yubai would bring them to Earth Dragon Base? No, those who were brought to Earth Dragon Base were all less than 30 years old. Those who were left behind were all old, weak, sick, and disabled. Furthermore, it was said that Long Yubai had given the order to kill all these ordinary people. It was just that Yang Jianhua had not taken action yet. However, he has already started to cut off food and water for the captives. Li Hongxing shook his head. They are simply too inhumane. This Yang Jianhua and Long Yubai are simply two beasts. Duan Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Hongxing continued. However, it seems like Yang Jianhua will keep the families of those soldiers alive, but the number will probably not be many. Although they knew that Yang Jianhua would still use those relatives to restrict the freedom of the soldiers, the number of people was not high. Since so many people had died after the apocalypse, everyone's family members were basically dead. Even if there were any who were still alive, there were very few who could be found by their side after spending so many years. The others around them also heard their conversation, and they all fell silent. Duan Wan gritted her teeth and asked, Is Yang Jianhua preparing to wipe out all the survivors in Hell King's base? In that case, how many people could survive? He's simply an inhumane scum. Towards the end, she already didn't know what words to use to describe this cruel and inhumane tyrant Yang Jianhua. No, he's not going to wipe out the Hell King's base. He's just giving up because Yang Jianhua has already discussed with Long Yubai that he will bring all the Hell King's resources to the Earth Dragon base. Therefore, very soon, not only will the people in the Hell King's base be killed, but the base will also be destroyed. Li Hongxing shook his head and said in a heavy tone. Duan Wan fell silent. After a while, she muttered, Are we really going to leave here? If we leave here, where can we go? Sea City? In Duan Wan's heart, she didn't want to leave this base. Because she had lived here for 5 years, she had always regarded this place as her home. However, now that her home had been destroyed, they had no choice but to live outside, hiding in the zombies' territory. In their team, there weren't many people with abilities. More than 20 people, excluding a few teenagers, came down. As for the other ordinary people, there were 7 or 8. Duan Wan now led Li Hongxing and the others to protect the lives of these ordinary people and children. She also had to go out to inquire about information and look for food. After spending so much effort outside the Hell King's base, she wanted to see if there would be a chance to return to the base. However, now that Yang Jianhua actually intended to destroy the entire base, the wall used to block the zombies would be the first to be destroyed. Then, there would be no protection in the base. Big Sister Wan, didn't we agree to leave here? After hearing Duan Wan's muttering, the children on the side were somewhat puzzled and pulled her to ask. Duan Wan lowered her head to look at the children's expectant eyes. She could only sigh and nod. And we will leave? The children continued to ask. Then where are we going? Is there food? Is there a blanket? For him, as long as there was food, a bed to sleep on, and a blanket to cover him, that was the happiest thing. Because the weather was cold. Because this warehouse was in the basement compared to the night temperature above ground, the temperature here was a little higher. In fact, these children and the ordinary adults here had some old and dirty blankets, thick clothes, and so on. Because there was not enough blankets, there were also 2 people huddled together to keep warm. However, this was only temporary. Fortunately, because this was the South, it was not very cold right now. However, everyone knew that the current situation could not continue because in another half a month, it was estimated that there would be a big drop in temperature. At night, everyone would not be able to withstand the cold. Li Hongxing looked at her and said, "How about we also go find Deputy Leader Yuan and the others? Apart from this, I can't think of any other way. They could still maintain for a short period of time, but what about in the future? They had to have a long-term plan, otherwise, everyone might lose confidence and persevere." Duan Wan was silent for a few seconds before nodding. If the situation is really as you said and Yang Jianhua is going to starve everyone to death, then we still have to go back and take a look. We can only collect enough supplies and food from the base before we can run the long distance to Sea City. Li Hongxing nodded. After all, if they wanted to collect enough supplies now, returning to the base was the easiest way to get them. Duan Wan asked, "Do you know when Yang Jianhua is going to take everyone to evacuate?" "Not yet." Li Hongxing shook his head. Chapter 468. Lin Xiao leaned against Duan Wan quietly. When she was outside, Li Hongxing and the others happened to return. Therefore, she followed them down to secretly gather some information. She did not expect to see Duan Wan here. She looked at the conversation and attitude of these people and knew that Duan Wan and Li Hongxing were the leaders here. She knew Duan Wan. She only knew Duan Wan. She didn't know anyone else, including the man who was talking to Duan Wan. However, Lin Xiao was very happy to see an acquaintance here. However, after hearing the conversation between the two of them, her heart sank again. Yang Jianhua deserved to die. However, before killing that man, she might be able to make a deal with Duan Wan and the others. With her current appearance, she could not get close to Duan Wan the moment she appeared. She knew Duan Wan, but Duan Wan did not recognize her now. But it should be soon. Li Hongxing replied to Duan Wan's question about when Yang Jianhua would leave with everyone. The surrounding people could not help but say with hatred, Are we going to let this bastard leave so easily? He made us homeless and killed so many people. Even the leader of the Nether Fire was forced to death. Are we going to let him go just like that? I can't accept this." Duan Wan was stunned when she heard that. She turned to look at the person. It was a child around 13 years old. His voice still had the childish clarity of a child, but his tone was filled with deep hatred. The little boy said unwillingly when he heard Duan Wan say that they were leaving just like that. The others shone their flashlights on the child's face. When they saw his expression, everyone felt the same unwillingness. However, what could they do even if they were unwilling? They did not have the ability to kill Yang Jianhua now. They could not even deal with his subordinates, let alone Yang Jianhua. Duan Wan sighed and walked in front of the child. She said to him, "So what if I can't accept this? We don't have the ability to kill him now. We will only be sending ourselves to our deaths if we go. Have you forgotten about the companions who went a few days ago and never came back? Previously, their team didn't only have this many people. Back then, hundreds of people had gathered together. However, many people hated Yang Jianhua and Long Yubai to the bone, so they couldn't help but want to deal with them. At that time, Yang Jianhua had not returned, so Long Yubai was in the base. However, Long Yubai's subordinates were powerful, so every time he went, some people would be sacrificed. After a few times, only Duan Wan's group was left. The little boy gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open, filled with intense, killing intent and hatred. He said, "It's because everyone is dead that we can't let that scumbag Yang Jianhua live like this. Sister Wan, please think of another way. I don't want to see everyone die in vain." As he spoke, he tried his best to widen his eyes, and they suddenly turned red. Duan Wan looked at him. In her heart, she also wanted to cut Yang Jianhua into 8 pieces like they did. However, if they went there now, they would only be sending themselves to death. What else could she do? No, we can't deal with him now. If we want to deal with him, we'll have to wait until we have the strength to do so. As long as there's life, there's hope. Listen to me. All we have to do now is endure. She patiently persuaded everyone. If you can help you kill Yang Jianhua, can you promise me one thing? Suddenly, a light voice rang out among the crowd. Because the light in the warehouse was not strong, they suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Who is it? Duan Wan was the first to react. She instantly raised her gun, and her movements were so fast that they could not see it clearly. In the blink of an eye, she raised the gun and scanned the surroundings vigilantly. After the others came back to their senses, they immediately took out their guns and raised them in their hands. Soon, they were all aimed at Lin Xiao, who had suddenly appeared behind Duan Wan. Duan Wan also reacted quickly. When she saw everyone staring at her back, she instantly turned around to avoid this position. Lin Xiao raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. She said with a faint smile, "I'm here to help. Don't be so nervous." She glanced at the people who had retreated the furthest away from her in an instant. Finally, her gaze moved to Duan Wan's face. At this moment, Duan Wan was as shocked as everyone else. How did this woman sneak in without making a sound? However, she quickly glanced at Li Hongsheng and saw that he was also very surprised. Only then did she have some ideas in her mind. It seemed that this woman took the opportunity to sneak in when Li Hongsheng came back. However, just now, everyone's lights were indeed shining at the door. They saw Li Hongsheng and the others come in one by one. There was no one else. However, she knew that Li Hongsheng and the others must have brought her in from outside. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Duan Wan stared at Lin Xiao. Her eyes were very calm. However, such a calm Duan Wan's action of raising her gun showed that she had entered a high state of preparation for an attack. In a flash, Lin Xiao disappeared without a trace in front of everyone's eyes. Duan Wan and the others widened their eyes in shock again and began to search around in panic. However, this warehouse was not big, and there were only a few people. This woman who suddenly appeared had no place to hide. "Don't worry about how I got in. I just want to know, do you want Yang Jianhua to die?" Lin Xiao appeared in front of Duan Wan again. She looked at her and said, "Don't worry. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have appeared in front of you. Can you put down your gun?" She trusted Duan Wan's judgment, so she patiently talked to her in front of her instead of directly taking away their weapons. "Who are you? Why should we believe you?" A man next to her held a gun, stared at Lin Xiao, and shouted nervously. Duan Wan stared at Lin Xiao for 7 or 8 seconds before she slowly put her gun away. Duan Wan, seeing her put away her gun, the others were shocked. They didn't expect Duan Wan to believe her. After Duan Wan put the gun back into the holster, she raised her right hand, which was wearing a half-finger combat glove. "Put down your guns." "Duan Wan, do you believe her?" The others didn't listen to her and put down their guns. Instead, they stared at Duan Wan angrily. Duan Wan turned around and looked at everyone who was tense. Then she turned to Lin Xiao and said, "She has an invisibility skill. If she wants to deal with us, she doesn't need to appear at all. She can kill us all from behind. Li Hongsheng, can you sense her presence?" She looked at Li Hongsheng and said the last sentence. Li Hongsheng quietly glanced at Lin Xiao before putting his gun away. "I can't sense her." Chapter 469. That's right. Li Hongsheng was a Logia user. His perception was the strongest among everyone here. If he couldn't sense it, then no one else would know. Therefore, without anyone knowing, the other party had already silently sneaked up to them. If the other party directly attacked them from behind, how many people would survive? That was because the other party didn't have any hostility, so she suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Although Duan Wan and Li Hongsheng didn't believe the woman in front of them, they weren't nervous to the point of holding their guns. Although the two of them had put away their guns, the others didn't. They were still holding their guns. Duan Wan looked at the unfamiliar woman in front of her. There was almost no aura on her body. She was wearing sunglasses, so her eyes couldn't be seen. She was wearing a camouflage uniform, not an official military uniform. However, she didn't have a gun holster. When walking outside the base, whether it was an ordinary person or a metahuman who didn't have a set of weapons, but the woman in front of them didn't. How are you going to help us deal with Yang Jianhua? Duan Wan didn't directly ask the woman how she could help them, but how she wanted to help. Lin Xiao looked at Duan Wan and found that her appearance had indeed changed, but it wasn't a big change. Just like the first time she saw Yuan Tianxing, Lin Feng, and the others, there wasn't a big change. It was as if they had been separated for a long time. Seeing Duan Wan ask her calmly, Lin Xiao said, "I have a way, and you don't need to do anything. You can just watch from the side. If you really want him dead, I can do it." Duan Wan looked at her suspiciously. "Are you sure?" She knew that this person might have a way to kill everyone here, but Yang Jianhua was different from them. He couldn't be killed at will. After all, he was a peak rank 6 arcanist. "If you don't believe me, you can come with me to the Netherworld King's base. If I can kill Yang Jianhua, can you promise me one thing?" Lin Xiao thought for a moment. She couldn't beat Yang Jianhua before, but it was different now. She had risen to rank 6 so she could kill Yang Jianhua. But in order to make these people believe her, she could kill him first. Anyway, if the rumors were true that Yang Jianhua had really set such a big trap for her after the apocalypse, then killing him now could be considered as revenge for herself. "Okay, if you can really kill him, then I could do anything for you." Duan Wan nodded readily and asked her conditions. Lin Xiao asked, "I think you should know where the leader of the Underworld King's base disappeared, right?" She almost wanted to say where she died, but she couldn't keep saying that she died. It would be like cursing herself. Hearing her conditions, Duan Wan and the others were stunned for a moment. "Why are you asking about that place?" Duan Wan couldn't help but ask. "That's none of your business. Just tell me where it is." "How is it? I help you kill, and you give me information. This deal is not considered a loss for you, right?" Lin Xiao said with a faint smile. "How do you know that we definitely know where that place is?" Li Hongsheng suddenly asked. Lin Xiao glanced at him, then smiled and said, "Of course I know, because I also have the perception skill." She naturally wouldn't tell them that when she asked this question, she could vaguely sense their thoughts. The others might not know, but Duan Wan and Li Hongsheng had something flash in their minds, so Lin Xiao naturally knew that these two should know. Duan Wan didn't have any other opinions and directly replied, "Okay, if you can help us kill that scum Yang Jianhua first, don't say that I will take you to that place. I will do anything for you." "Okay, then it's settled. Tomorrow, I will set off to the Underworld King's base. If you want to follow, remember to stay far away." Lin Xiao clapped her hands and nodded. Duan Wan also nodded, then watched as Lin Xiao turned around and opened the door, then suddenly left. She came suddenly and left quickly. Li Hongxing turned his head to look at Duan Wan and asked with some uncertainty, Can she really do it? We'll know tomorrow. Moreover, the place she wants to go to is actually not considered a secret. I feel that she originally wanted to kill Yang Jianhua." Duan Wan crossed her arms over her chest and held her chin as she thought about it. Li Hongxing looked at her without saying anything, and the others were also puzzled and curious. This woman who suddenly appeared, who was she? The next morning, Lin Xiao headed towards the Underworld King's base. Following the scent of humans from afar, he walked towards the road that had been cleared. Not long after, Lin Xiao arrived at the address of the Underworld King's base. Standing on a tall building far away, Lin Xiao looked at the base's wall that was 700 to 800 meters away. The wall was originally 10 meters high, but there were many holes at the top. Fortunately, the bottom of the wall was still intact. Otherwise, the zombies would probably be able to climb in. Originally, there was a spacious area outside the wall, but now, this spacious area was filled with zombies piled up under the wall. The zombies also didn't completely surround the wall, but were gathered in a few locations. These locations were 10 meters away from the entrance of the base. There were tens of thousands of zombies gathered at the corner of the wall, and each and every one of them wanted to climb up. This was because there were rows of living people hanging on the wall. Lin Xiao looked at the weak humans hanging outside the wall, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the entrance of the base. This Yang Jianhua and Long Yubai actually used living people to lure the zombies away from the entrance of the base, so that when they went out and entered, they wouldn't be attacked by the zombies. Moreover, there wasn't only one place where the living people were hanging on the wall, but several places. Below the wall where the people were hanging, there were densely packed ordinary zombies. Occasionally, 1 or 2 level 2 or 3 zombies wouldn't be able to come out, and they would jump up high, grab the legs of the fallen people, and then forcefully pull them down. That person would be torn into two from the middle, and his intestines and blood would fall from above, immediately causing the ordinary zombies below to go crazy. Then, someone would immediately cut the rope on the corpse that had been torn apart, and the upper half of the body would fall down as well, directly becoming food for the zombies. Then another person would fall from above, and the struggling and screaming living person would fall down. It was simply impossible to look straight at. Using such a cruel method to deal with the ordinary people of the original base, Yang Jianhua and Long Yubai were really crazy perverts. Lin Xiao thought in his heart while gnashing his teeth. Chapter 470. After looking at the situation on the wall, she jumped down from the 20-story building and headed towards the gate of the base. The gate was closed. It was obvious that the inside was sealed. Lin Xiao walked for a few minutes and arrived at the gate. Seeing that the heavy metal gate was tightly shut, she could use a black mist to corrode a hole in the steel gate, but she didn't do so. She stood by the door and raised her head to look at the captives on both sides of the wall. She turned her head to look at them, and then walked to a gap in the wall. After retreating a few meters, she ran 2 steps and leaped up with all her might, directly jumping onto the gap in the wall. After seeing the scene inside, Lin Xiao frowned. Inside the base, most of the buildings had either collapsed or were half destroyed. There was a big hole on the right and a big pit on the west. Most of the buildings had been burned, bombed, and were in ruins. This was the outer district, so the buildings in the outer district were basically used by Long Yubai when he attacked the city a few months ago, allowing the ability users to unleash their ultimate moves or attack with powerful firepower. At that time, all kinds of artillery shells were used, and even tanks were used, so the Hell King's base was now a scene of devastation. Lin Xiao looked at the destroyed buildings outside the base area. He leaped onto the roof of another building that had a huge hole in the middle. Then, he dashed towards the direction of the inner area. At this time, outside the base, Duan Wan and Li Hongsheng were standing on a building outside the outer district, holding binoculars and quietly looking at the wall. "Will she really go?" A man beside her asked. "I don't know, let's wait and see." Duan Wan looked at the bridge of her nose as she replied. Li Hongsheng also looked at the wall and said, "Do you believe she can kill Yang Jianhua? Even if his ability is only rank 6, his military weapons are not to be trifled with." "What are you worried about? Didn't you see how she sneaked into our place last night?" "You didn't see it. Maybe she can really sneak attack Yang Jianhua?" Duan Wan put down the binoculars and then continued to say, "Since she said she was so confident, she shouldn't be here to coax us. Is it really necessary?" Li Hongsheng felt that she was right. He nodded, took the binoculars from her, and looked at them in front of his eyes. Then he realized that he was wearing another pair of glasses. He thought about it and handed the binoculars to the person next to him. Duan Wan said, "Continue to keep an eye on that place. Tell me if there's any information." As she spoke, she walked towards the stairwell. On the other side, Lin Xiao leaped over the dilapidated buildings and soon arrived at the inner district. The environment and buildings in the inner district were still 90% intact, and after entering, they saw a large number of people moving about. The walls of the inner area were not as high as the outer area, about 5 to 6 meters. Lin Xiao stood on top of the wall and looked at the large number of trucks and chariots parked in the square of the inner district. Many soldiers were moving all kinds of supplies onto the trucks. Lin Xiao jumped down from the wall and looked for Yang Jianhua's aura. In fact, Yang Jianhua's location was not the only one. He was on a certain floor of a building next to the square. He was standing in front of the window with a cup in his hand, watching the movement downstairs. He had no idea that a crisis was approaching him. Lin Xiao jumped to the first floor of the square, which was not very high. She could mainly see Yang Jianhua, who was opposite her. She looked at him hesitantly. If she was not mistaken, this scumbag's superpower level seemed to have broken through. He gave her a sense of oppression similar to that of Yang Chao, Tang He, and the others. However, this sense of oppression did not affect Lin Xiao much, but she could tell the other party's level. What's going on? This scumbag just came back for a while. How did he suddenly break through? Lin Xiao's eyes flashed as she thought about it in puzzlement. At the same time, her figure flashed, and she leaped toward the building where Yang Jianhua was. Her toes tapped on a high-voltage utility pole or a car roof, and she finally landed in front of the building's entrance. She did not walk into the hall, nor did she plan to climb up the stairs. If her judgment was correct, Yang Jianhua should be around the 11th or 12th floor. Although climbing the stairs would not be tiring, it would take some time. Lin Xiao looked up at the floor of the building and jumped up directly. Her claws popped out and easily grabbed the edge of the floor. Then she grabbed the windows and flipped up. After a few jumps, she arrived at Yang Jianhua's floor. She did not directly go to the room where Yang Jianhua was. Instead, she flipped through the window of the next room. When she walked out of the next room, she happened to see another man walking into Yang Jianhua's office. "Leader, it will be done in the afternoon." Lu Yu came in with a list and said to Yang Jianhua by the window. Yang Jianhua turned back to look at Lu Yu and then looked outside. "Well, how are the bombs going?" he asked. "The inner area has been set up. Now they are setting up the outer area and the city wall," Lu Yu replied. Yang Jianhua said, "Tell them to move faster. When they are ready, we will leave in the afternoon." "Yes." Lu Yu nodded in response. Yang Jianhua raised his head, and his delicate and handsome 5 palaces stood out. He looked in the direction of the Earth Dragon base, and his eyes flashed. "Long Yu Bai, I said I would stay here, but you must let me go to the Earth Dragon base with you. Then I will let you do as you wish. But in the future, your position as leader will have to be given to me." As he said that, he raised one side of his mouth and revealed a wicked and proud smile. "Leader, using those ordinary people to whet the appetite of the zombies outside has attracted a lot of high-level zombies. The death rate of those people is much higher. Basically, more than a dozen people have to go up every hour." Lu Yu suddenly reported about using living people as bait. "How many people are left as bait?" Yang Jianhua slightly lowered his head, glanced at him, and asked. "Less than 30,000. Lu Yu replied. Yang Jianhua frowned and turned back to look at him. "There's still 30,000? That's too many. We can't take so many captives. 500 will be used to distract the zombies on the road, and the rest will be thrown into the zombie crowd." "Yes." Lu Yu nodded and asked with some hesitation. "Then I will go now." "Go. If you don't go now, do you want to stay until the afternoon?" Yang Jianhua glared at him. "Yes." Lu Yu immediately turned around and left. Lin Xiao leaned against the door and listened to the conversation between the two. Looking at Lu Yu, who walked out in front of him, he suddenly turned around and silently followed him to the stairs. When Lu Yu walked down the middle of the stairs and there was no one around, Lin Xiao suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the back of his collar, silently bringing him into the space. Chapter 471. Lu Yu was pulled by someone. He was stunned for a moment, but when he turned his head, he found that he had suddenly gone from the corridor to another place. He was in a strange environment, and he had inexplicably arrived in this strange place. Lu Yu immediately tensed up. Who? Since someone pulled him, it must be that person who brought him to this place. Lu Yu quickly looked back and saw a middle-haired woman wearing sunglasses standing quietly behind him. Who are you? Lu Yu was shocked and instinctively took a few steps back, distancing himself from Lin Xiao. He vigilantly looked at the woman who suddenly appeared and took him to another place, while secretly looking at the surrounding environment. Helping the tyrant. Lin Xiao stared at him coldly and said. When Lu Yu heard her cold voice, he was stunned for a moment, but he quickly understood what she meant. What? Are you here to deal with our leader? He calmly looked at Lin Xiao, sneered, and replied. Yes, today not only you, but Yang Jianhua will be the first to die. However, before I take care of him, you can't die yet. Lin Xiao nodded and said faintly. Just by yourself? Can you do it? Lu Yu disdainfully laughed and continued. Do you think you can kill a level 7 psychic just because you wanna? Lin Xiao looked at him and said indifferently, it's only level 7. If he has the ability to break through to level 8, then of course I can't kill him. As she spoke, she turned and walked in the direction of the small building. Lu Yu saw that she turned around so carelessly and turned her back to him. He was delighted and thought that this woman was too arrogant to dare to expose her back door. He suddenly waved his hand at Lin Xiao, preparing to release his ability to attack her. But something unexpected happened. His ability was fire. He originally planned to burst out a fireball to hit the woman, but when he condensed his energy, he suddenly found that he couldn't release the fireball. Lu Yu looked at his hand with some surprise, and he was a little flustered about the fact that he couldn't release his ability. At this time, Lin Xiao turned around and said to him, You can't release your ability? Do you know what this place is? If you don't want to be eaten by zombies, come with me. After saying that, she continued to walk forward and quickly entered the door of the small building. What does that mean? Zombies? Is it here? For a moment, Lu Yu didn't understand what she meant. He looked around blankly. At this moment, a figure suddenly stood up from the other side of the wall outside the building. When he took a closer look, Lu Yu's expression changed, and he uncontrollably took a step back. The person who came out had a face full of wounds, dark eyes, and thick dark circles around his eyes. Although his mouth didn't open, his eyes clearly told Lu Yu that he was a zombie. Moreover, it was a high-level zombie. Anyone with good eyesight would be able to tell that this was a level 4 adept zombie. But the next scene caused Lu Yu to take a few steps back, because behind this advanced zombie, another one walked out at this time. It had the same heavy dark circles and light black eyes without the scara, and this one's mouth had split open, and all the teeth in the mouth were exposed. Before Lu Yu could finish looking at the second zombie, a third came out, then a fourth. Then he looked at the many high-level zombies that came out one after another in horror. At a glance, there were more than a dozen of them. Roar dash, roar dash, these high-level zombies stared at Lu Yu with a hungry look, but the dark eyes flashed with excitement. Are you still not coming over? Do you want to stand there and wait for the zombies to rush over? At this time, Lin Xiao, who had already walked in, suddenly appeared at the door and stood there to say to Lu Yu. Lu Yu's brain wasn't enough to process at this time. Even if Lin Xiao asked him to go over now, he still couldn't react. Why were there so many zombies here? And all of them were high-level zombies. There were more than a dozen of them. What was this situation? Usually, he had never encountered 2 or more than 3 level 4 zombies together. Moreover, why did these zombies turn a blind eye to that woman? Who was she at most? What kind of place was this? At this moment, suddenly a figure jumped from the top of the building toward Lu Yu. Roar dash, the figure that jumped over landed 3 meters in front of Lu Yu and roared at him. Lu Yu looked at the top of the head that was wrapped in bandages, but there was a clear dent on the top of the head. Its eyes were dark, but there was a touch of gold in the middle. It had the same familiar thick eye circles as zombies, and the familiar twisted expression. This was a level 5 zombie leader. There was actually a zombie leader here. After recognizing this zombie leader, Lu Yu's whole body froze. The fear of death instantly enveloped his whole body. Lu Yu knew that he was a level 5 psychic and knew his combat strength. Although he could defeat one level 4 zombie, he was powerless against 2 or 3 of them. But at this time, he wasn't facing 2 or 3, but a group and even a level 5 zombie leader. Under such circumstances, even if he was at his peak, he would definitely die, not to mention the current him. He couldn't even use his ability. So Lu Yu was directly stunned, his whole body stiff as he stared at the zombie leader 3 meters in front of him. If it wasn't for his strong psychological quality, his legs would have gone soft at this time. At this moment, Lin Xiao shouted at the zombie leader, "Number 8, bring him over, he can't walk anymore. Pay attention to your claws, don't scratch him." After saying that, Lin Xiao turned back into the small building. "Who?" Qiu Lily asked her strangely. "A captive. Lily, I have a task for you. Come here." Lin Xiao habitually said that she wanted Qiu Lily to help her with a task. Qiu Lily didn't care about what she said and immediately walked towards her. Lin Xiao pointed to the door and said to her, "Later, if zombie leader number 8 brings that man in, you find a way to make him surrender to us. Tell us the location of all the bombs buried in Hades' base and the triggers. Finally, you have to control him and don't let him run around. Can you do that?" Qiu Lily nodded. This wasn't a difficult thing to do. Soon, the bandaged zombie dragged Lu Yu in. Lu Yu's expression was very panicked. He couldn't even walk properly. When he walked up the 2 steps of the door, he almost fell. It was the zombie leader who dragged him in by the collar. You're so scared," Qiu Lily said as soon as she saw him. Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Okay, you do the rest. I'm going to go out and deal with that scum." Chapter 472. After Lin Xiao instructed Qiu Lily, she flashed out of the space. Qiu Lily was left standing in the living room, pulling the ends of her hair as she watched the zombie leader drag Lu Yu in front of her. She was thinking about how to deal with this man. After Lin Xiao came out, she continued to walk back to Yang Jianhua's office. Yang Jianhua was still standing outside the window and looking outside. He didn't seem to notice Lu Yu's disappearance. Lin Xiao walked in from outside and walked to a meter away from him. She felt the aura coming from his body. It was a lot stronger. She looked out of the window and slowly walked behind him. Lin Xiao knew that she couldn't stare at him. Last time when she stared at Tang he sensed her as soon as she got close. So this time, she also looked out the window like him. She only stared at his figure from the corner of her eyes. Then she gently reached out and grabbed the back of Yang Jianhua's collar. Just as Lin Xiao grabbed Yang Jianhua's collar, he immediately sensed something. But before he could turn around to react, his collar was gently pulled back and his vision blurred. When he came back to his senses, he suddenly took a step back, bent his elbow, and pushed hard behind him. Then he turned 360 degrees and quickly retreated. As he retreated, he threw out a large number of ice blades towards where he was just now. Lin Xiao had already flashed and directly went to the top of the small building. Then she reached out and waved a large amount of black fog in Yang Jianhua's direction. There was a lot of black fog, and it quickly covered the small building. Thus, after Yang Jianhua retreated to a patch of grass, he turned his head and saw a thick, pitch-black fog rolling in his direction. He didn't see the small building that was surrounded by the black fog, so he only saw a lake, grassland, and forest in this place, but no one. Looking a little further, he only saw a large amount of white fog covering it. The environment here was still very good. There was a lake, forest, and a grassland. If it wasn't for this strange-looking black fog, it would really be a beautiful scene. Yang Jianhua stood still and looked around with a gloomy face. The ice blades that were shot out just now were all stuck in the ground. He didn't feel anyone here except for himself. "Who is it? Come out if you dare." Yang Jianhua looked up at the sky, but he couldn't see the sky. All he saw was a layer of white fog that moved without any wind. He snorted coldly as his eyes swept across the surroundings. "Are you afraid, Yang Jianhua?" A cold female voice came from the direction of the black fog. Yang Jianhua immediately turned his head and stared at the expanding black fog. He found that the black fog did not touch the grass on the ground. When it encountered grass or obstacles, it would avoid or rise up. Why would I be afraid? Why should I be afraid? Yang Jianhua stared intently at the black mist. When he heard the other party call out his name, he replied in disdain. Then, he saw a figure slowly walk out of the black fog. He was wearing a fake military uniform, which was the camouflage uniform of the defense force. His hair just reached his shoulders, and he was wearing a pair of sunglasses. Although he pretended to be calm and disdainful on the surface, his heart was already stretched taut. He was suddenly brought to another place by a strange woman without him noticing. Moreover, in such a short time, he could only guess that this should be a space. Then, the person who brought him here must be a space ability user. But to have such a large space, it meant that the owner of this space was not simple. He didn't even know if there were any traps or other dangers in this space. But as the deputy leader of a base, he still had the basic psychological quality. Even if he was suddenly in a strange place, he still had to deal with it calmly. If you're not afraid, then why are you shouting? Lin Xiao stood in front of the black fog and looked at him with a corner of her mouth. Lin Xiao stood still. The black fog behind her spread out more and more, slowly flanking Yang Jianhua on both sides. It was obvious that the black fog gave people a strange feeling. Yang Jianhua slowly retreated. I just want to see who has the guts to pull me into his space. His appetite is really big. Isn't he afraid that I will burst his space? He stared at Lin Xiao as he retreated. Lin Xiao tilted his body slightly, stretched out a hand straight in his direction, and made a gesture of grabbing at him. You can try. She stared at Yang Jianhua and focused her mind on her hand. Then, she added the entire consciousness of the space to her hand. The pressure in the space suddenly increased and squeezed in the direction that Lin Xiao's hand was grabbing. Yang Jianhua immediately felt his heart suddenly sink. His whole body became a little heavy. He felt that his breathing was being suppressed. Even so, Yang Jianhua still didn't notice that the energy in his body was being devoured by another kind of energy. But this didn't affect Yang Jianhua's actions. He thought that Lin Xiao was reaching out to him because she was thinking of a trick, so he quickly retreated. He raised both his hands at the same time and faced Lin Xiao. Soon, countless large and small ice blades appeared in front of him. Then he waved his hand, and these ice blades that were 2 fingers wide immediately shot towards Lin Xiao. When Lin Xiao saw him make a move, she slightly took a step back and hid her figure in the black fog behind her. Puff, 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 puff. The ice blades and ice endurance that shot over all plunged into the black fog, and the sound of breaking air rang out. Yang Jianhua, you betrayed your own base and killed so many people. Don't you feel guilty? Lin Xiao appeared from the other side of the black fog and said to Yang Jianhua with a smirk. Yang Jianhua immediately changed direction and waved his hand again. The ground around Lin Xiao was immediately covered in a layer of ice. But Lin Xiao just lightly dodged and disappeared again before the ice could reach her feet. Why should I feel guilty? The one who attacked was Long Yubai, not me, Yang Jianhua said coldly. At the same time, he frowned. Because the opponent's whereabouts were uncertain, he couldn't lock onto the target of his attack. And while Lin Xiao was talking to him, she was actually distracting him and delaying for time. She didn't know if Yang Jianhua had noticed that his ability energy was disappearing and decreasing. Even if there were many ways to kill Yang Jianhua, Lin Xiao had to consider little man in her stomach and gave up on them. So, she was prepared to slowly exhaust Yang Jianhua. If it wasn't because Qiu Lily was currently dealing with the man she had just brought in, Yang Jianhua probably wouldn't be running around in her space so easily. Chapter 473. Lin Xiao was now waiting for Yang Jianhua to be suppressed by the pressure of her space, and then kill him. Don't you know that if you do too many bad things, you will suffer retribution? If you die here today, you will reap what you sow. She once again appeared from another direction and smiled at Yang Jianhua. However, there was a chill in her smile. Yang Jianhua attacked several times but couldn't hit this strange woman. He knew that this woman was not easy to deal with. So what? After the end of the world, the weak are prey to the strong. Even if all humans perish, the laws of nature will not change. If they can't survive, they can only blame themselves for not having the ability. He didn't care too much about Lin Xiao's words, so he casually replied, "But your way of doing things is not what a human should do. You treat yourself as an inhumane animal, and in the end, you will only be killed by humans." Lin Xiao said faintly. Yang Jianhua sneered. "Those who have no ability can do nothing. Living will only waste food. Why should I keep them alive?" He didn't know what method this woman would use to deal with him after bringing him into the space. Looking at the other's relaxed attitude, it seemed that she didn't care about a 7th rank ability user like him. Yang Jianhua's heart was also dissatisfied. He was already a 7th rank ability user, and also one of the few strong people in this world. He should be treated with the respect he deserved. So seeing this woman not putting him in her eyes, Yang Jianhua's heart was inexplicably angry. When he heard her words, he felt that she was joking. Even if they don't have the ability to survive, you don't have the right to end their lives. Lin Xiao looked at him quietly and finally said this. After saying that, she suddenly reached out and waved at Yang Jianhua. The black fog that was slowly expanding suddenly rushed towards Yang Jianhua. When Yang Jianhua saw this black fog, he guessed that it had some tricks up its sleeve. Now that he saw this woman directly directing it to rush towards him, he quickly pushed his hands forward, and a not very thick ice wall appeared in front of him, blocking the black fog. Zzz, the black fog touched Yang Jianhua's ice wall, and like fire meeting water, some kind of chemical change occurred. The side of the ice wall that was touched by the black fog immediately melted away as if it was corroded by sulfuric acid. Yang Jianhua roughly guessed that this woman should be the helper that those stray dogs had found, because he had never seen this woman before, and with such strength, it was impossible for him not to know such a person. He retreated and shouted, "Who the hell are you?" He didn't know where this woman came from. She might have come from another base. Lin Xiao slowly walked towards Yang Jianhua, who was retreating further and further away. Suddenly, her eyes flashed. "If I told you that I am Lin Xiao, would you believe me?" she asked calmly. At the same time, she waved her hand and retracted her black mist. This was because the black mist devouring ability did not have much of an effect on Yang Jianhua's ice ability. Yang Jianhua was obviously stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at Lin Xiao and smiled strangely. "Huh? What did you say? Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm blind? You don't recognize Lin Xiao? Or do you think you look like her? But that's right. You wear glasses. Who knows what you look like? But that damned woman has been dead for 3 to 4 months, and the whole world knows about it. If you are Lin Xiao, are you a ghost? Ha ha ha." As he said that, he seemed to have heard something funny and couldn't stop laughing. "Ha! Sigh. I really don't know if your IQ is low or if I'm dreaming. How can there be an idiot like you pretending to be someone else?" Lin Xiao looked at him quietly and asked, "Why is it impossible? You betrayed me, betrayed the entire Netherworld King's base. Why can't I come back to take revenge?" Although what she said seemed to be true, Yang Jianhua didn't listen to her words. Impossible. That woman self-destructed her energy core, and her body exploded into pieces. How can she still be alive? Stop joking. After he finished laughing, he said to Lin Xiao with a face full of sarcasm. Lin Xiao saw that he didn't believe her at all, so she shrugged and sighed. "All right, since I can't fool you, forget it. But is it because you like her that you hate her, because you can't get her back? I heard that you used to be very close to her, and that no other man had a chance to get close to her, but she only has gratitude towards you." "What? There's actually such a thing? Do you want to know the truth? Seeing that you're so curious, I'll tell you." Yang Jianhua seemed to be aroused by Lin Xiao's words, and for a moment, he wasn't very worried about his situation. He said with some disdain, "That woman should thank me, because I was the one who saved her from the zombie city. But what did you say just now? Love her, but can't get her back? There's actually such a rumor that I don't know about? I don't know where you heard it from. But you actually heard such a strange thing. It was that woman who fell in love with me, and actually drank and pretended to be drunk to seduce me. Seeing that she's not bad, I'll satisfy her once. But you won't understand the feeling of a woman who can become a leader. Yang Jianhua's face turned wretched, as if he was reminiscing about something wonderful. A disgusting smile appeared on his face, completely destroying his handsome face. Lin Xiao endured the feeling of wanting to vomit, and directly threw out a sentence. Impossible! How could she seduce a man like you? I think it was clearly you who drugged her, right? If it wasn't for that, she wouldn't have been so easily forced to the cliff to self-destruct, and she wouldn't have let you live until now, she said coldly. What did he mean that she fell in love with him and pretended to be drunk? Was it possible? For the mission, she and her team members had all undergone alcohol training. Those who could drink had all practiced 1,000 cups without falling. So how could they get drunk? Oh, except for Duan Wan, this woman couldn't touch alcohol. Not only was she allergic to alcohol, but she would also get drunk after 1 cup. After being drunk, she would also suffer from amnesia. Amnesia was one thing, but it would also stimulate her violent side. Usually, when she was drunk, she would hit people, and when she woke up, she wouldn't remember anything. So when Yang Jianhua said that the leader seduced her when she was drunk, her intuition told her that something was wrong. And even though she was so far away from Yang Jianhua, she could still feel that his words didn't match his heart. He was obviously lying. Chapter 474. Seeing that Yang Jianhua dared to boast about her, Lin Xiao immediately became angry. You're lying. I'm telling you, if you talk nonsense again, I'll kick you to death. She hated it when people said that she was a seductress. Moreover, this man dared to slander her soul. It was simply intolerable. Oh, can you kick me? What did I say something wrong? That woman was shameless and threw herself at me. Why would I lie? Would I like this kind of woman? Even if she's good-looking, she's at most a tool to vent. Yang Jianhua obviously didn't take Lin Xiao's words seriously. However, before he could finish speaking, he felt a sudden shock in his heart, as if it was being squeezed by something. His whole body trembled, his feet stumbled, and he almost fell to the ground. At this time, Lin Xiao flashed and appeared behind him in the next second. She pursed her lips and lifted her foot to kick him in the back of his leg. Pfft. Yang Jianhua didn't pay attention and was kicked to the ground by her. He lay there like a dog eating shit. He didn't know what was going on and looked blankly at the swaying grass in front of him. Lin Xiao stood behind him and stepped on his waist at the same time. She said with a cold face, I said, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I'll kick you. As she said that, she lifted the foot that was stepping on his back and stomped on his back a few times. Yang Jianhua felt a dull pain in his waist. He instantly felt like his kidney was about to crack because the position she stepped on was exactly where his kidney should be. He wanted to roll on the ground to avoid Lin Xiao, but he found that the force on his waist was so heavy that he couldn't move for a while, let alone stand up. Since you don't want to tell the truth, then don't ever say it. You deserve to die anyway, Lin Xiao said to him coldly. She was angry just now and used the energy in the space to restrain him. Now that the opportunity was right in front of her, if she didn't kill him now, when would she? At this time, Yang Jianhua found that he couldn't move because he was being stepped on by a woman. He immediately reached out and grabbed Lin Xiao's foot. Then, a chill passed from his hand to Lin Xiao's foot. Soon, a layer of ice formed around Lin Xiao's feet. Then, the ice quickly spread across the ground. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat when he grabbed his foot. Then he instinctively flashed his claws and waved at the hand under his feet. Puff! His hand was instantly cut off by something, and blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Yang Jianhua let out a blood-curdling scream. His eyes bulged and his face turned red from the pain. He fiercely hugged his severed arm and struggled violently. Lin Xiao loosened his foot, not caring about his frozen foot. He stood on the spot as if nothing had happened. He raised his paw and swung it at Yang Jianhua again. Puff! Yang Jianhua, who was convulsing and rolling on the ground, suddenly froze. Then his frozen head suddenly slid, and a blood-red line slowly seeped out from his neck. Then his neck was severed. Only then did Lin Xiao look down at his feet. The frozen area was really cold, but it was only very cold. With a wave of her hand, a large amount of black fog filled the space and immediately rushed toward her palm like a whale sucking in water. Lin Xiao used her other hand to hook, and a faint wisp of black fog was drawn out from the army of black fog. Then, it floated to her feet and covered the ice that wrapped around her feet. After a few seconds, her feet trembled, and she lifted her foot and walked toward Yang Jianhua. However, the area where her feet had been frozen, her shoes and trousers had disappeared, so Lin Xiao now walked over barefoot. She arrived next to Yang Jianhua's corpse and used her shoe-wearing foot to kick Yang Jianhua's head. She coldly said, "I told you not to talk nonsense, but you didn't listen. Otherwise, you wouldn't have died so early. You could have lived for a few more minutes, but you just had to die." After saying that, she bent down and picked up Yang Jianhua's head. Then, she crooked her finger, and a small wisp of black fog drilled into a hole on Yang Jianhua's head. Then, she reached her finger inside and dug out the energy core that had just risen to the 7th level. "Huh? He died so quickly?" Qiu Lily's voice came over. "Yeah, he just rose to the 7th level, so he wasn't as difficult to deal with as the bandit leader." Lin Xiao turned around to look at her, and found that a large group of zombies behind her were salivating at the corpse at her feet. Lin Xiao waved her hand, and a wisp of black fog immediately covered the corpse. Not long after, the entire corpse disappeared, and not even a drop of blood was left. Qiu Lily looked at the head and said with disgust, "Hey, why do you still have a head? Did that man surrender?" Lin Xiao only glanced at the head that was still dripping with blood, and then asked her, "Oh, he's called Lu Yu, and he's already scared silly. He'll do whatever you tell him to do, as long as you don't kill him." Qiu Lily twirled her hair in her hand, and said with a face full of boredom. Lin Xiao had already expected this and nodded. "Yeah, when I caught him, I noticed his psychological reaction. He's a very timid person, so I felt reassured to throw him to you." Qiu Lily looked at her in surprise, and then understood her intention. Lin Xiao held Yang Jianhua's head and said, "Okay, let's go out. First, we need to remove the bomb in the base, or else someone might come here and detonate it, causing damage." After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the small building. After entering the living room, Lu Yu stood on the side, and when he saw Lin Xiao come in, his eyes suddenly widened when he saw the head in her hand. This Yang Xiao, no, Yang Jianhua, he's dead?" Lu Yu stared at the head, and his face looked like he had seen a ghost, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Xiao directly put the head on the coffee table, and the blood on the neck that hadn't dried yet dripped onto the table, causing the 8th zombie leader to stare at the head. "Don't look. This isn't for you to eat." Lin Xiao looked at the 8th zombie leader, and then stood up, walked to the side, picked up a cup, and walked into the kitchen. She opened the bucket lid and got a cup of water out. "Here, this is for you, take it." After coming out, she handed the cup of water to the 8th zombie leader. Then the rather big 8th zombie trotted over, happily reached out to take the cup, and then happily held it to the side. "Well, 8th zombie, you go out first." Lin Xiao pointed to the door to let him go first. As soon as the 8th zombie heard her order, he immediately turned around and walked out. Lin Xiao turned her head and said to Lu Yu, who was still staring at the head with his eyes wide open, "Oh, you're willing to go out and remove the bomb, right? Then let's go out now." Chapter 475. When Lin Xiao went to the south to deal with Yang Jianhua, Wu Qingyue received the news on the 2nd day after she left. "You said she went to the south? Did she say what she was going to do?" Wu Qingyue hugged Wu Yueling and looked at Xiao Liqing with surprise. Xiao Liqing nodded. "Yes, although I don't know when she left. I heard from Lin Wenwen and the other girls that she has left." Wu Qingyue thought about it and said, "Isn't she still developing the land in Wushan?" Why did she suddenly go to the south? Then why did she stop planning on her side? Xiao Liqing shook his head. No, the land is still being plowed. It's Chen Yuding's family and a few other zombies. It's all zombies there. In addition to Chen Yuding's wife Shen Yuzhen, there's also the man who always follows Miss Lu, and 3 other level 4 zombies. Finally, there's the middle school girl zombie with short hair. Oh, she left them there and doesn't need to care about them? Isn't she afraid of something happening? And why did she go to the south? For how long? Did you find out? Wu Qingyue was more concerned that the female zombie had actually slipped away again, and this time she slipped away so far. Why did she suddenly go there? I'm not sure, but I heard that her destination is Hades Base. The high-level zombies in Wushan are being controlled by the middle school girl with short hair, and I feel that her temperament suddenly changed. She must have leveled up. Also, she can speak now. Xiao Liqing paid attention to the zombies that were following Miss Lu in the upper city base. Wu Qingyue heard his news and was stunned for a moment. Huh? Wasn't it the female zombie with long hair who was in charge of it? Why did someone else take care of it? He thought that Lin Xiao left alone, but after hearing Xiao Liqing's words, he was surprised. No, the double ponytailed female zombie seems to have gone with Miss Lu. Anyway, there's no trace of her in the base now. Xiao Liqing shook his head. He usually paid attention to the double ponytailed female zombie who also looked like a middle school student. She liked to stand on the highest position on the roof to enjoy the wind, but today he hadn't seen her for the whole day. Xiao Liqing thought of Miss Lu, who had left, and felt that she might have gone with them. Wu Qingyue seemed to have thought of something. He raised a finger and asked, "Hey, you just said that middle school female zombie with short hair is that zombie king, right? You said she leveled up and can talk. You mean she is now a level 2 king?" Xiao Liqing nodded. Yes, it's highly possible. Wu Qingyue sighed and said, the level 7 expert guarding this base isn't a human, but a zombie. If the outside world found out, I don't know how much of an uproar it would cause. Remember to seal the news here. Don't let unknown people find out. Yes. Xiao Liqing responded and then asked, that. Leader, we've met the people and seen the environment. Shouldn't we go back? You've been here for so many days, yet you still haven't left. Xiao Liqing stared at Wu Qingyue with a subtle expression. Wu Qingyue looked into his eyes, looked up at the ceiling, and suddenly looked down at Wu Yueling. Lingling, your zombie mommy has gone out to do something. Let's go home. When she comes back, let's come and play with her, okay? He thought that his daughter, who was ready to betray the female zombie, would not be happy to hear his request. After all, she was looking forward to seeing the female zombie. He was afraid that she would not be willing to leave immediately after seeing the female zombie for 2 times. He didn't expect that Wu Yueling, who was playing with the grass doll, would look up at him and nod naturally. Wu Qingyue was dazed for a moment. He suddenly turned to look at Xiao Liqing and asked blankly, huh? Did she nod just now mean she agreed? Xiao Liqing also looked at him blankly. All right. She should have agreed. She even nodded. Is there a problem? Wu Qingyue murmured. I thought she wouldn't be willing. Wu Yueling looked up at him again, and then continued to play with her grass doll. Wu Qingyue asked her again, Lingling, did you agree to go home with Dad, right? Wu Yueling looked up at him and nodded. Then she looked at him blankly. That's right. Didn't she agree? Why did Papa have to ask again? After Wu Qingyue confirmed that she really agreed, he let out a sigh of relief. Okay, then let's go back tomorrow morning. Wu Yueling casually nodded at him, then turned her head away and ignored him. Okay, then give the order to rest tonight and prepare to go back to C City Base tomorrow morning. Wu Qingyue finally gave Xiao Liqing a task. Okay, I'll arrange it later. Xiao Liqing nodded. All right, let's first say hello to Yuan Tianxing and the others. Let them guide us out of the zombie circle. Otherwise, if we go out by ourselves, we'll probably be blocked by the zombie group again. Wu Qingyue suddenly thought of the zombie group they encountered when they came in. Okay, I'll ask. Xiao Liqing nodded again and remembered. Go. Wu Qingyue waved his hand at him. After watching Xiao Liqing turn around and leave, Wu Qingyue leaned back on the sofa with his arms crossed. Why would that female zombie suddenly leave at this time? Moreover, she was going to Hell King's base. What was she doing there? Ever since he learned of her identity from Lu Tianyi, Wu Qingyue was a little puzzled that she could cooperate with the people of Hell King's base. First of all, she was from Sea City. Even if she became a zombie, she might not be able to return to Sea City at first, but she ran to the south with the clear purpose of looking for Lin Feng and his family. At that time, he didn't think it was strange that she went to the south, but after knowing that she was Lu Tianyu, it became strange. How could a person from Sea City know someone from Hell King's base? Moreover, it was the family of the leader of Hell King's base. What was the connection between them? Then, this female zombie actually wanted to build a new base with the people of Hell King's base. However, after observing for so long, he found a problem. This female zombie was trying her best to protect these people from Hell King's base. Why was that? He also specially checked Lu Tianyu's background and found that she had no relationship with the Lin family at all. Then why did she protect them? The last time she hurried to the south with his Lingling, it happened to be the time when Hell King's base was being attacked. However, she didn't go earlier or later, but after becoming a zombie. This question also made Wu Qingyue unable to understand. There were so many secrets. It was getting more and more curious. Chapter 476. Originally, he approached this female zombie with a bunch of curiosity. In the end, before he could figure out the old problems, there were a lot of new problems. Now, he had slipped away again. Wu Qingyue thought that this woman, who used to be hated by everyone, was not flamboyant at all after becoming a zombie. Her sense of existence was low, and she was always missing. Compared to her in the past, she was like a completely different person, and she was very slippery. If he was not careful, she slipped away again. He looked at Wu Yueling again and suddenly realized a problem. It seemed that only she could cure his daughter's illness. Moreover, Wu Yueling's emotions fluctuated greatly when she reacted to her. It was easy to fall into a low tide, but it was easy to get back up after seeing her. If it was before, when her mood fell into a low tide, Wu Qingyue would be a little nervous. In the past, when Lingling's illness was serious, not only would her emotions go crazy, she would even harm herself. At that time, even he wouldn't recognize her. As long as someone approached, she would immediately scream and hit the wall. In more serious cases, she would directly go into a coma. Later, Dr. Liang found Mo Li, a psychic, and asked her to hypnotize Lingling to relieve her emotions. After Lingling was taken away by Lu Tianyu last time, he was very worried that Lingling would fall ill because of the stimulation. So at that time, he couldn't wait to blow that woman to death with a lightning bolt, regardless of whether she was a woman or whether she had any preferential treatment. But when he took back Lingling from the hands of the female zombie, he miraculously found that Lingling's condition was very good, and there was an additional protective energy in Lingling's body. So even though he didn't know what the female zombie did to Lingling, Wu Qingyue was very curious about her. That night, Xiao Liqing suddenly received a special message and immediately went to Wu Qingyue's room. The leader of the Earth Dragon base brought a large group of people. I don't know why they suddenly stationed in a place 5 kilometers away from our base, and they didn't notify our base. He took a piece of paper and said to Wu Qingyue. When Wu Qingyue heard the name of the Earth Dragon base, he was slightly stunned. The leader of the Earth Dragon base? Isn't it Long Yubai? Why did he suddenly come to Huadong? Don't you know what he's here for? Since you set up camp outside our base without telling us, did old Zhou make any moves? Chief Zhou wants to wait for another night. If Long Yubai doesn't send someone over to greet him and explain his intentions, he will send someone to warn him tomorrow, said Xiao Liqing. Wu Qingyue nodded and guessed, well, old Zhou's decision is correct. However, I've heard that this Long Yubai is a very scheming person. For him to suddenly run over to our side, he must have some ulterior motive, and I think he's up to no good. Then what is he doing here? Didn't he just conquer the Netherworld King's base? Could it be that their next target is our Sea City? Xiao Liqing thought for a moment and said with some uncertainty. A glint flashed across Wu Qingyue's long and narrow eyes. He smiled and said, if his appetite is that big, Then let's see if his mouth is that big first. Xiao Liqing said in disbelief. Does he really want to do that? No way. His appetite is too big. Just the Netherworld King's base isn't enough? Ambitious people want to stuff the whole world into their stomach. It's just a base. What's the big deal? Wu Chunyue smiled faintly as he glanced at him. So, does he really want to do that? With his current strength? Xiao Liqing looked at Wu Chunyue in surprise. Wu Chunyue seemed to agree with this view. I don't know this person very well, but from his previous actions and from his point of view, if it was me with this ambition, even if I don't have the strength, I will find a way to get it. You see, didn't he find another base to cooperate with to destroy the Netherworld King's base? Otherwise, do you think that he can destroy the Netherworld King's base with just his Earth Dragon base alone? Wu Qingyue said, and it's precisely because the first step was too smooth that he showed so much confidence in the next step. Xiao Liqing followed his train of thought and continued. Wu Qingyue nodded. That's right. But I think even if he has his eyes on our base, he won't make a move so quickly, because he still wants to test the strength of our base. Xiao Liqing nodded and said, if you say so, then the purpose of his trip this time is indeed not good. Wu Qingyue waved his hand at him and said, all right. Let's see what action he will take tonight. If he continues to stay there and doesn't greet Kaizo, we will give him a warning when we go back tomorrow. Only then did Xiao Liqing turn around and leave, but his expression darkened. They had just dealt with their internal battle not long ago, and they were about to face enemies from the outside world again. Sea City was really in trouble this year, and their base's strength hadn't broken through yet. Instead, they had lost Yang Chao, who was part of their strength on the surface. He suddenly felt that their base was going to be in a storm again. The next morning, Wu Qingyue had just woken up with Wu Yueling. After watching her learn to brush her teeth and wash her face, he carried her back to the bed and was changing her clothes when someone knocked on the door. While Wu Qingyue was busy putting on Wu Yueling's coat and pants, he turned back and shouted at the door, "Come in." The door was immediately opened, and Xiao Liqing walked in. After turning around and closing the door, he walked to the middle of the living room and looked at Wu Qingyue. Leader, Long Yubai took action, and he left our base last night. Oh? He left? Where did he go? Wu Qingyue put on Wu Yueling's coat and looked at him with some surprise. After asking this question, he walked out with Wu Yueling in his arms. He came to Hangzhou City, and now he has reached the border of Jianggan District, and then he stopped. Xiao Liqing's eyes were a little strange, and then he continued, and I also received news that after he arrived at the periphery of our base last night, he sent people to sneak into the base to check the whereabouts of Deputy Leader Yuan and the others who are now in the base in the upper city. In addition, he seems to be particularly interested in you. At this point, Xiao Liqing was a little unable to continue. The word interested had a special meaning to it. It was said that Long Yubai of Earth Dragon Base was actually a homosexual. He had no interest in women, and no matter how beautiful a woman was, in his eyes, just like a rag. Instead, he was very interested in all kinds of men. So when Xiao Liqing heard a subordinate say that Long Yubai had specially and carefully inquired about Wu Qingyue, he immediately thought of this. So at this moment, the expression he looked at Wu Qingyue was a little sympathetic. Wu Qingyue. Chapter 477. When Wu Qingyue saw Xiao Liqing's expression, he immediately understood what he meant by the word interested. Then he looked at him with a constipated expression. But I'm not interested in him. He glared at Xiao Liqing with a look of pity and schadenfreude. Xiao Liqing immediately nodded with an understanding expression and said, Yes, you're only interested in Miss Liu now. Speaking of this Miss Liu, when he found out that this female zombie was that Liu Tianyu, he was completely stunned. If she didn't say it, who would know that the current her was the woman who liked to bully the people, the accomplice of the evildoer, and was hated by the entire base? Who would believe it? Who would believe it? Thinking about how she used to wear heavy makeup like she was performing in an opera, and then looking at how she looked without makeup now, it was really a waste of her beautiful and delicate face in the past. Wu Qingyue glanced at Wu Yueling and pointed at her, refusing to admit it. It's not me, it's her. Xiao Liqing really wanted to roll his eyes at him. Did he think he was blind and couldn't see through his obvious intentions? Who was the one who wanted to marry her a while ago? Okay, let's get down to business. Wu Qingyue waved his hand and continued. Is he really here for Yuan Tianqing and the others? How many people did he bring? How much force? Xiao Liqing immediately restrained his expression. There are about 2,000 people, 5 large trucks, more than 10 medium-sized armored vehicles, and 5 battlefield off-road vehicles. Long Yubai himself came in a super luxurious RV. And the armored vehicles are equipped with close-range miniature cannons, anti-aircraft cannons, long-range cannons, and so on. They have very strong firepower. The smile on Wu Qingyue's face faded, and he said with a faint smile, he brought such strong firepower to the periphery of my base. He's really bold. Bringing such strong firepower to the door of someone else's base, they could completely doubt his intentions and intentions. This way, it would be very easy to start a war. And was he here to show off to others? Or to provoke them? That's right. I don't know if he's showing off or provoking us. Xiao Liqing nodded in agreement. Wu Qingyue said, fortunately, he left last night. Old Zhou didn't care and let him stay for one night. If he was in the base, how could he bring so much firepower and stay outside his base for more than an hour? He stopped in Jianggan District. Is he coming for Yuan Tianqing and the others? Wu Qingyue asked again. I can't be sure, but from the information he sent into C City, it's most likely true. As for why he stopped at Jianggan, it's because he heard that Hangzhou City is a zombie city. They definitely don't know that Yuan Tianqing and the others have already hidden in the city center. Xiao Liqing suddenly had the mentality of watching a good show. What kind of reaction would Long Yubai have when he found out that Yuan Tianqing was building a base in the center of Zombie City? What would he do next? It seems like he didn't investigate his information carefully enough. Let's see if he has the guts to come in, since I'm going to keep an eye on them and see what they're up to recently. Oh, right? We won't be going back for now. Let's wait and see what Long Yubai is up to, Wu Qingyue said with a smile. Leader, if you want to stay and watch the show, just say so. Xiao Liqing rolled his eyes. Well, you're right if you want to say that, but can't you say it better? For example, am I worried that Yuan Tianqing and the others will be in trouble? After all, Long Yubai is still stronger than Yuan Tianqing and the others. Wu Qingyue looked at him and smiled. Xiao Liqing listened to him and was slightly stunned. It seemed that he was right. This new base in Shangqing, in addition to a few high-level zombies, seemed to be lacking in weapons and manpower. Most of the people here were from C City. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, looked at him and asked, Hey, now that you mention it, it seems that Yuan Tianqing's military power here is still very weak. And from the looks of it, they're almost relying on those zombies to protect them. Only they would dare to use zombies as a protective shield. Wu Qingyue said with a smile. Yes, if it wasn't for Lu Tianyu, this female zombie, they wouldn't dare. That's right. It seems that they're all connected because she's the center. Xiao Liqing nodded. On the other side of Jianggan District, Long Yubai and his people were stationed in a middle school. All the cars were parked on the school field, and teams of soldiers were patrolling around with guns in their hands. Long Yubai stood on the top of the teaching building, looking in the direction of Hangzhou from afar with a gloomy expression. Are you sure? Are they really in that direction? Shangqing District is the urban area of Hangzhou. There were originally a lot of people there. After turning into zombies, it directly fell into a zombie city. Who would dare to build a base there? And with just a few people? When he learned that Yuan Tianqing and the others might have built a new base in Hangzhou, he immediately felt that he had been played. Lin Ruifeng said, But if it's not here, then all the news in Hangzhou City is that there's movement in the central area. There's no movement in the other areas. Shouldn't I send some people to check out the situation first? Long Yubai said impatiently. Why didn't you confirm the news first before telling me? Quickly send people out to verify the situation. If they're not in the center of Hangzhou City, you guys can do as you see fit. After saying that, he looked coldly at Lin Ruifeng. Yes, I understand. Lin Ruifeng lowered his head and responded. Then he turned around and left to send people to check out the situation. But not long after, the people Lin Ruifeng sent suddenly came back with a person standing in front of the hall downstairs and looking at the person who was being dragged by two soldiers. Lin Ruifeng looked at his subordinates blankly. What's going on? Who is this person? The person who was being dragged by two soldiers looked like he couldn't even stand up. His whole body was scorched black, as if he had been burned by fire. His lips were rotten, as if they had been cut with a knife. He looked like he was half dead. The team leader who led the soldiers to drag the person looked at him and replied, "Oh, we heard someone calling for help a few kilometers away, so we found him. So we brought him back first. Ugh, save me." The man who was placed on the ground looked up at Lin Ruifeng weakly. He seemed to know that Lin Ruifeng was the leader here. Lin Ruifeng looked at this person and found that there were some supernatural energy waves on his body. But he was already in this state, and he was still able to live outside where there were zombies everywhere. It seemed that he wasn't an ordinary person. You want us to save you, right? Okay. As long as you can give us the information we want to know, I'll be a doctor to save you. Lin Ruifeng looked at him and said, "You won't want to know, stupid Misu." The man's eyes immediately lit up on his dirty face. He opened his injured mouth and replied with an unclear tone. Chapter 478. He was very cooperative when he saw the half-dead man. After all, he still wanted to live. Lin Ruifeng asked, "Who are you? What's your name?" As for the half-dead man with his mouth rotting and his entire body charred, it was Huang Tianfei, who was thrown out of the new base by Du Yuanqing. He was not dead. He was a metahuman with 5 meridians. Even if he was electrocuted by a lightning metahuman, as long as he was not dead, he would not die so quickly. Since Huang Tianfei had provoked Lin Xiao, Du Yuanqing naturally could not send him back to Haiqing base. He threw him out of the circle of zombies and wanted him to fend for himself. In the end, Huang Tianfei walked out of the uptown area on his own and made it to Jianggan district. He had been waiting for someone to pass by and then beg them to save his life. But at the same time, he also realized that this hope was very slim. This was because the center of Hangzhou City was a famous forbidden area in Haiqing base. Those zombie hunting squads would not come here for no reason. Just as he was feeling more and more hopeless and unwilling to die like this, he suddenly saw a group of soldiers passing by. So he used all his strength to call for help. But he did not expect this group of soldiers to be looking for Yuan Tianqing's base, and he did not know whether they were friends or enemies. "My name is Huang Tianfei from Haicheng," Huang Tianfei replied. "Okay, then I'll ask you. Since you appeared near Hangzhou City, you should know that there should be a new base under construction nearby. Do you know where it is? As long as you tell me the address, I'll send a doctor to treat your injuries and give you medicine for free," Lin Ruifeng asked. Huang Tianfei did not say it immediately. He only said, I rent, but would like to treat my injuries first." He moved his mouth, which was already infected, with great difficulty. As he spoke, he looked like he was enduring the pain. Lin Ruifeng looked at him quietly for a few seconds and suddenly nodded. "Okay, since you said then I'll get someone to treat your injuries first. Then you can tell me, right?" Huang Tianfei nodded repeatedly. Although he was heavily injured, his mind was still clear. He could tell that these people were not from C City base. Even he couldn't sense the level of the man in front of him, so he must be a level 6 ability user or above. The only level 6 ability users in Haicheng were the deputy leaders, and all of them were public figures. There was no one he didn't know. Therefore, these people must be from other places. Since they were from other places and were looking for a new base, he had to first figure out their intentions. Although it was hard to find someone who came to that place for the first time, everyone would know about it in the future. Therefore, he might as well make use of the other party's intentions to help him out. Not only could he stall for time, but he could also figure out their intentions. As if he didn't know what Huang Tianfei was up to, Lin Ruifeng waved at the team leader. "Go. Ask the military doctor to come and treat him as soon as possible." "Yes." The captain immediately responded, then turned to the two soldiers beside Huang Tianfei and said, "Bring him over, go get the military doctor." After saying that, he pointed to another soldier and asked him to get the military doctor. The two soldiers immediately helped Huang Tianfei up from the ground and carried him away with the team leader. Lin Ruifeng then said to the person beside him, "Go to C City immediately and investigate this person. Go and come back quickly." The person immediately turned and left. The man immediately turned around and left. Soon, he left the school in an off-road vehicle with two other people. After Lin Ruifeng watched them leave, he turned and walked toward the stairs. Not long after, he reached the rooftop and walked toward Long Yubai, who was standing at the edge of the rooftop. "I found a person nearby. He's heavily injured, but he seems to know where the base is," he said. Long Yubai turned back to look at him, then turned back to continue looking into the distance. "He looks half dead. Are you sure he really knows where it is?" Long Yubai said indifferently as he looked out of the building. Lin Ruifeng said, "Whether he knows or not, let's just pretend he really knows for now. I'm planning to show him the way. If he can't point it out, then he can't blame us. After all, we've already agreed on the conditions." Long Yubai nodded. "That works too." Then he suddenly turned and walked toward Lin Ruifeng, saying, "Give him 4 hours. He'll bring us there in the afternoon. Have you asked him about his identity? Is he from C City?" Lin Ruifeng nodded and said, "He said he's from C City. I've already sent people to C City to investigate. He should be back very soon." As Long Yubai walked toward the stairs, he said, "I'm tired from standing. Come down and massage my legs." Lin Ruifeng's eyes flashed, and the corners of his lips curled up into a naughty smile. "Oh, coming?" Meanwhile, Huang Tianfei was brought to a classroom at the side. The table there had been put together, and Huang Tianfei was placed on the table. Very soon, a man wearing a military doctor's badge on his arm walked in with a medical box. He walked to the table and sized up Huang Tianfei's appearance before asking, "Was he struck by lightning?" The surrounding people all looked at Huang Tianfei with puzzled gazes. Without waiting for Huang Tianfei's reply, the doctor pointed at his mouth and said, "Io, this injury must have been cut by someone. Hey, don't talk. It hurts just by looking at it." After saying that, he quickly took out some tools to treat his wounds. Huang Tianfei endured the pain and allowed the doctor to treat all the injuries on his body, as well as the rotten and swollen wound on his mouth. Then, the doctor fed him some rice soup with a straw before applying medicine on his mouth. Then, he covered his mouth with a piece of gauze. "All right, have a good rest now." After the doctor gave his instructions, he left. Huang Tianfei was left lying there, secretly sizing up these people while quietly eavesdropping on their conversation. After the doctor left, the soldiers left Huang Tianfei there. They went to stand outside the classroom. At first, it was very quiet. After half an hour, they looked back at Huang Tianfei and thought that he might have fallen asleep. Then, they began to talk in low voices. "This time, we're going to look for the Lin family, right? But are they really here in Hangzhou?" These soldiers weren't very clear about the purpose of this trip, but they still had a rough idea. "Yes, we're looking for the Lin family, but I heard from the C City base that they're building a base somewhere in Hangzhou, so we came back here." "What? Building a base? Did you hear wrongly?" Chapter 479. Huang Tianfei's eyelids twitched as he listened to the conversation of the soldiers outside. The voices outside were slightly softer, but the people inside could still hear them. "That Yang Jianhua chased us all the way here, but he couldn't kill Lin Feng and his gang. He still has the cheek to go back. How useless." His intention wasn't to kill the Lin family, but to capture Sister Lin and play with her. But there might be a reason why he didn't succeed. Otherwise, why would he go back alone? He even lost the war chariots that our leader gave him. That's true, but that's 10 war chariots. Our leader will probably die of heartache if he lost them. That's right. Huang Tianfei's eyelids opened slightly when he heard these conversations. A gleam of joy flashed across his eyes. If it wasn't for the wound on his mouth that was wrapped up like a mask, he would definitely be smiling smugly. These people were actually here to deal with Yuan Tianxing and his gang. Huh, good, very good. If they were Yuan Tianxing and his gang's enemies, then of course he would guide them and bring them there personally. After resting for a few hours, Huang Tianfei struggled to get up from the table. As if sensing his movements, the soldiers outside turned around and saw that he had sat up on his own, so they turned around and walked in. "How are you? Do you feel better?" A soldier walked in front of him and asked. Huang Tianfei nodded, then gestured for them to write with a pen and pointed to his mouth. "Oh, you want a pen and paper, right? Understood. Wait a moment." The squad leader in charge of watching him understood what he wanted the moment he saw his actions. The squad leader found a notebook and a pen for him. After Huang Tianfei took the pen and paper, he immediately wrote on the notebook, "I know where your boss is going. I can guide you there, but can you treat my injury?" He knew that his current condition wasn't very good. If he returned to C City to get medicine, he would definitely need to spend a lot of his zombie cores. In that case, he might as well exchange terms with these people here and treat his injury first. The squad leader took the torn piece of paper, looked at the content, and then looked at Huang Tianfei. "You'll have to wait for a while. I'll go ask our boss for his opinion." With that, the squad leader took Huang Tianfei's note and left. Not long after, he took the note and found Lin Ruifeng in Long Yubai's limousine. The door was not closed, but left open. The squad leader stood outside the door and said to the two inside, "Leader, deputy leader. He said he can take us to that place, but he has a condition." As he spoke, he passed the paper in his hand. The two people who were sitting inside and drinking showed surprised expressions after hearing his words. Lin Ruifeng moved to sit by the door and took the note. Was he that self-conscious? What's the condition? Oh, it's just treatment. He didn't say to what extent he would be cured, right? All right, let him come with us first. If he can bring us to the location, it's fine to give him more medicine. Ask him to write down the address. We'll send someone to check it out first. Lin Ruifeng looked at the contents of the note and said to the squad leader, "Yes." The squad leader immediately responded, then turned around and went to Huang Tianfei's side. When Huang Tianfei heard what he meant, he shook his head and refused to write down the address. He wrote on the notebook, "No need to write, their location is in the center of Hangzhou City. Just let your boss go there directly. However, there's one thing I need to make clear first. If you want to get close to those people, you must first pass through an obstacle formed by a group of zombies." Formed by a group of zombies? I heard that the center of Hangzhou City is a zombie city. It's normal for there to be a group of zombies. Why do you need to make it clear? The squad leader asked in confusion. Huang Tianfei wrote, How do I put it? This group of zombies is different from the zombies in a normal zombie city. They will act and be disciplined like a zombie army. When the squad leader saw that they would act and be disciplined like an army, he was at a loss and didn't understand. He looked at Huang Tianfei in disbelief and said, "Like an army? And discipline? That's impossible, right? Is it because there's a high-level zombie king controlling them? But even if it's a group of zombies controlled by a zombie king, it shouldn't be as exaggerated as you said. Where there was a high-level zombie king, there would definitely be a group of zombies controlled by it. However, the number wouldn't be too much. But to be able to control a group of zombies like an army, maybe only level 7 or 8 zombies could do that. But in this world, would there really be level 8 zombies? There should be level 7 zombies, but there wouldn't be many. The number would be limited. No, they weren't controlled by the zombie king, but by some people in the base." Huang Tianfei replied in his heart. After he was beaten out that day, he carefully thought about the situation in the new base in the upper city, especially the situation he saw in the outer circle of the zombie group. It was a very strange feeling. However, when he saw that these people didn't believe him, he consciously didn't say anything. He wrote on the paper, "I'm just reminding you. If you encounter something strange, don't blame me for explaining it first." The squad leader took the paper. Although he didn't believe it, he still took the words to Lin Ruifeng. "Okay, I got it. Since you don't want to write down the address, then show us the way yourself. Don't worry, we will change the medicine for you. Then the squad leader sent a message to Lin Ruifeng and directly showed him the words he wrote. Oh, he doesn't want to write? Since he wants to show us the way, then let's go. Pass down the order. Get ready to move. Lin Ruifeng said to the squad leader. Yes. The squad leader immediately turned around and ordered everyone to get ready. Lin Ruifeng took the words written by Huang Tianfei and asked Long Yubai curiously. You see, he said it's the center of Hangzhou. There must be tens of thousands of zombies there. Why would they build a base there? And how are they going to deal with these zombies? Aren't they afraid of being drowned by the zombies? Long Yubai also lazily took the information written by Huang Tianfei and looked at it. He wrote here that the zombies have the discipline and ability to move like an army. What does he mean? Even if the zombies in the zombie city are controlled by the high-level zombie king, they can't have the discipline and ability to move like an army. Is this person messing with us? He looked at the special statement written by Huang Tianfei and said with a face full of disdain. Chapter 480. The squad leader passed the message to Huang Tianfei and told him that they were about to leave. Huang Tianfei seemed to have expected it and nodded in agreement, but he continued to write on the paper. But I can't move right now. I need your help. The squad leader glanced at him and nodded. That's not a problem. Then he said to the soldiers next to him, help him to the car first. Yes, sir. Two of the soldiers immediately helped Huang Tianfei up and walked out. Not long after, Long Yubai's convoy headed towards the city. In the new base, Wu Qingyue was listening to Xiao Liqing's report. Huang Tianfei? Who is this person? I heard that he came with the second batch of workers, but he hid his superpower level. This Huang Tianfei is a level 5 superpower user. After coming here, he became restless. It seems that he has a complicated relationship with a woman called Lu Jun. After the two met, they immediately started fighting. Xiao Liqing told him all the information he had gathered. When it came to Lu Jun, he knew that Lu Jun was a zombie, so he almost blurted it out, but then he thought that it was a bit impolite, so he changed his words. Oh, he wants to take advantage of the situation. He doesn't need to do much, and he can eat, live, and even take rice. I'm guessing he's here for the rice. Wu Qingyue nodded as he wondered what Huang Tianfei was up to. Xiao Liqing nodded and said, yes, maybe that's what he's planning. And the little boy next to Miss Lu might be his son. That day when he came, he tried to take the child away, but was stopped by Miss Lu. His son? If it's his son, why is the child outside and with a group of zombies? Wu Qingyue's smile faded as he asked expressionlessly. After investigating the people around the female zombie, he also found out about the zombie team around her. The woman with the child was also a zombie, and she was the child's mother. When he found out that the child was with these zombies, he was very surprised. But seeing that the child was well taken care of, he felt that these zombies were special, especially the one that Lingling liked. Yes, it was Lingling who liked him, not him. Oh, I'm not too sure about this, but even if Lu Jun became a zombie, his son is more important than his life. Therefore, after she married Miss Lu, the child had been with them. A few months ago, before Huang Tianfei came to our base, he was originally a resident of the Netherworld King's base. I don't know why, but he suddenly came to our base with a group of people, but in the end, he suddenly abandoned his wife and children outside, which were filled with zombies. The more Xiao Liqing spoke, the angrier he felt. What kind of man was this? What a scumbag. He actually abandoned his wife and son and ran for his life. Wu Qingyue nodded in agreement. Because he was raising a precious daughter, he could understand the feelings of those parents. He would have to die to abandon his Lingling, even if he had to give up the entire base. He wouldn't be able to do it. Therefore, he hated men like Huang Tianfei, who abandoned their wives and children even more than Xiao Liqing, who didn't even have a wife and children. Then what happened? Xiao Liqing replied, Oh, he wanted to snatch the child away in front of Lu Jun. Of course, Lu Jun wouldn't let him, so they confronted each other. In the end, Huang Tianfei made the first move and was prepared to hit the child. In the end, he was stopped by Qiu Lily, so he insulted Qiu Lily. You know Qiu Lily's strength. She was originally a zombie king. Huang Tianfei insulted her, so of course he didn't have a good ending. His lips were cut off on the spot. Good cut. If it was this kind of man, I would have directly cut off his balls. Wu Qingyue said with a smile. Xiao Liqing looked at him speechlessly. Leader, watch your words in front of the child. After saying that, he glanced at Wu Yueling, who was playing at the side. Oh! Wu Qingyue said. Xiao Liqing then continued. Then, Huang Tianfei, who had his mouth cut off, used his ability, but he was beaten down in a few moves. Then, he was taken out by Siyuan Yuanxing and left to fend for himself outside the base. I originally thought that even if he could survive and return to Haiqing base, it wouldn't be so easy. I didn't expect that he would encounter Long Yubai's team. Looks like Long Yubai's luck is pretty good. He actually picked up someone who can guide him. Let's see if this guy dares to come with Long Yubai again. If he comes, Ah Cheng, pay attention and think of a way to get rid of him. Wu Qingyue touched his chin and said calmly. Got it? Xiao Liqing nodded. Did you tell Yuan Tianxing and the others about this situation? Wu Qingyue suddenly asked. Xiao Liqing nodded. And I reminded them. Wu Qingyue immediately stood up, turned around, and pulled Lingling out. Let's go, Lingling. I'll take you to find some friends to play with. Lingling looked at him blankly, but when she heard that he was going to take her to find someone to play with, she didn't look unhappy, but she didn't look happy either. She just followed him out expressionlessly. Xiao Liqing also followed behind him and walked out. In the office on the second floor, Yuan Tianxing, Lin Feng, and Chen Yuding were in the room, discussing the information that Xiao Liqing had given them. Yang Jianhua just left, and now Long Yubai is chasing after us. He really doesn't give us any time to breathe. Sigh, Lin Feng said with a cold expression. Yuan Tianxing didn't say anything, but his expression didn't look good either. Only Chen Yuding asked curiously, I haven't asked about the situation of your previous base. Now that Long Yubai is the leader of the Earth Dragons, why would he deliberately chase after you all this way? Who knows? Lin Feng replied. Long Yubai might have come here to deal with us in passing. His main target isn't us, Yuan Tianxing suddenly said after thinking for a while. As old rivals, Yuan Tianxing and Chief Lin Xiao had some understanding of the strength of the Earth Dragons, so they knew quite a bit about Long Yubai and the other deputy chiefs. Long Yubai had always been a restless and unwilling person. This time, he made a move against the Netherworld King's base, but it was just the beginning. Because the strength of the Netherworld King's base was similar to theirs, and it was also close, it became a test. Seeing that the Netherworld King's base was so easily destroyed, this situation made Long Yubai immediately think of other bases. However, he had always been a scheming man. Although he wasn't broad-minded, his patience wasn't bad. In order to get what he wanted, he had enough patience, like a poisonous snake waiting for its prey to approach. Chapter 481. Lin Feng nodded. Although this homosexual doesn't have much ability, he's very good at finding helpers. Those who are willing to work for him are all very strong. It's just that these people can't control their dicks. His words made Chen Yuding look at him awkwardly, but Yuan Tianxing didn't have any reaction. Then, what should we do now? I heard that he brought a lot of troops. Just the tanks alone are equipped with long-range and short-range microcannons. Can we hold them off with just the zombies? Chen Yuding said worriedly. Yuan Tianxing said, our main goal is to defend against his weapons. Although Long Yubai is a level 7 paranormal, he's a water paranormal. As long as we're not near a river or lake, we don't have to worry about him. I can deal with his ability for the time being, but we can't deal with his weapon. That's right. The tanks in Long Yubai's army are already very difficult to deal with. According to Xiao Liqing's information, there are more than a dozen tanks. If they all fire at the zombies, even tens of thousands of zombies will be wiped out. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. So now our main goal is to think of a way to deal with his tanks? Chen Yuding asked. We still have to pay attention to Long Yubai. Uptown is very close to Qianjiang. If he controls the water of Qianjiang into a flood, we'll all be in trouble. That's why I said that I can only withstand his attacks temporarily, but not for too long. Yuan Tianqing shook his head and suddenly said. Lin Feng said, and we don't know which deputy leader is with him. The leaders around him aren't easy to deal with. We only have 3 level 6 paranormal here. If we send one to deal with the deputy leader, then the other 2 will have to deal with the tanks together. That way, there won't be anyone to deal with Long Yubai. Why won't there be anyone? Isn't there still Leader Wu? He won't just sit and watch. Chen Yuding suddenly said, By the way, should we go find that Meng Meng? Before Miss Lu left, she said that Meng Meng is now a master. If there's anything about the base, we can go find her. Lin Feng suddenly remembered what his mother told him. Both Yuan Tianqing and Zhang Xian's eyes lit up at the same time. That's right, they didn't realize that this was not only their new base, but also half of it was a zombie base. Yuan Tianqing stood up and said, Yes, I'll send someone to ask the 5th floor. As he spoke, he simply turned around and walked out of the door. After opening the door, he said to Lin Yu, who was guarding outside, Lin Yu, go and find Miss Lu on the 5th floor. Ask her to help us go to Mount Wu and ask Meng Meng to come back. Tell her it's urgent. Lin Yu was stunned, but he quickly reacted and nodded. Okay, I'll go now. After saying that, he turned around and left to find someone. Although he didn't want to deal with the zombies, if it was Yuan Tianqing's order, then he must carry it out. Yuan Tianqing closed the door and returned to discuss the situation with Lin Feng and the rest. But it's really surprising that Huang Tianfei didn't die in the mouths of the zombies. He even ran into Long Yubai and the others. Otherwise, Long Yubai would have to search for a while to find us. Lin Feng thought of Huang Tianfei, that Xiao Liqing mentioned and frowned to show that he was a little depressed. He's lucky. It's been so many days, but he's still injured. Hey, didn't he have a complicated conflict with Miss Lu on the 5th floor? If we can catch this person, we can directly deal with them, Chen Yuding said. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Yuan Tianqing and the other 2 were slightly stunned, then turned their heads at the same time and saw that the door was opened. After Lin Yu left, Feng Mingyu pushed the door open and said to the 3 people in the office, Boss, it's Leader Wu. Oh, invite him in. Yuan Tianqing and the other 2 immediately stood up to welcome him. Feng Mingyu pushed the door wide open and slightly retreated outside. She gestured to Wu Qingyue and Xiao Liqing to come in. Then they saw Wu Qingyue walk in with Xiao Liqing, and behind him, a few little radishes stuck their heads in. They were Lin Xiaolu, Tong Tong, and Ling Ling's little heads. They looked curiously at the adults in the office. Lin Xiaolu happened to meet her father Lin Feng's eyes and immediately walked in obediently. She stood by the door and said to him, Dad, can we take Ling Ling to play? Lin Feng was stunned. Of course, he had no objections. But when he saw Wu Yueling standing quietly beside his daughter, he subconsciously turned his head to look at Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue noticed his gaze and said with a smile, Why are you looking at me? If the children want to play, let them play. Just send someone to watch over them. Lin Feng immediately said to Lin Xiaolu, Take Ling Ling to your mother's place and don't run around. You're the elder sister. You have to look after your younger brother and sister. Understand? Lin Xiaolu nodded obediently and then happily pulled Tong Tong out. It wasn't that she didn't want to pull Wu Yueling, but Wu Yueling didn't want her to. Moreover, Tong Tong was younger than both of them, so Lin Xiaolu felt that it would be more suitable to pull Tong Tong. Needless to say, Wu Qingyue had brought people outside. When he saw Wu Yueling and Lin Xiaolu go out to play, he consciously followed them. Feng Mingyu waited for Wu Qingyue and the others to go in and the children to come out before she came in and closed the door. Yuan Tianqing gestured to the chair next to him and said, Please have a seat. I was just about to look for you later, but I didn't expect you to come first. After Wu Qingyue sat down, he asked with a smile, "Oh, you're talking about Long Yubai's team coming here, right? Tell me, what can I do to help? I don't plan to go back so quickly for the time being." Yes, we're talking about the opponent's firepower and strength. Long Yubai is a water ability user, and Uptown happens to be close to Xinjiang. So if he runs to the river and uses his ability to cause a flood, we won't be able to hold on for long. So we can only stop him from getting close to Xinjiang. Also, we have to find a way to deal with the firepower he brings, Yuan Tianxing said while looking at him. Wu Qingwen nodded and asked, "Then have you found a way?" Yuan Tianxing looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng leaned forward to the table, bent his elbow on the table, and held his hands together. He said, "We're going to attack first. We can't wait for them to break through the zombie defense line before we counterattack." That's right, if that's the case, then we have to first send suitable people to destroy their tanks, or at least destroy those weapons. Actually, it's not that difficult. As long as we send Qing out, with her metal ability, she has plenty of ways to destroy those weapons made of metal. It's just that we need to send more people to accompany her and protect her. Yuan Tianxing sat down and looked at everyone as he voiced out his thoughts. Chapter 482. Lin Feng clapped his hands, and his eyes lit up. "Yes, that's a good idea. I forgot about Qing's metal ability. It's all because her presence with one has been declining recently." "That's right, that's a good idea. Seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the enemy before they reach us. I think Long Yubai doesn't know that we already know his whereabouts, but we have to destroy some of his firepower before he gets close to the zombie defense line. Otherwise, those ordinary zombies won't be able to hold on for long." Wu Qingwen nodded and felt that Yuan Tianxing's idea was feasible. The other three nodded. Indeed, the destructive power of the firepower was very strong. A single shot would probably kill a large number of zombies. So even if there were many zombies now, they wouldn't be able to withstand a few more shots. But where did Long Yubai get so many powerful weapons? Wu Qingwen suddenly looked at Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng and asked. Although he heard that Long Yubai had found other bases to cooperate with to deal with Hades' base, his firepower was so strong that it didn't seem like the strength of Earth Dragon base. It seemed like he borrowed it from other bases. As for why those bases were willing to lend him these weapons, there should be some kind of transaction. Chen Yuding then asked, "Then who's more suitable to go with her? We don't have enough manpower here, so we definitely need to send a vanguard for this operation." This question made Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng silent for a while, both of them thinking about their own manpower. Chen Yuding was right. They didn't have enough manpower here. Even if Qing was a rank 5 metahuman, her ability was a special type, so they couldn't let anything happen to her. Thinking about Long Yubai's dozen or so cars was already very troublesome, and they didn't know what other armed forces he had. Of course, sending people to protect Qing also needed to be of equal strength, but even if there were rank 5 metahumans in this base, there were only Du Yuanxing, Qing, Li Zheng, Cheng Wangxue, Lin Hao, and a few others. Lin Wenwen was also rank 5, but she was a space type, so she was excluded. At this moment, there was another knock on the door. Feng Mingyu opened the door and let in a middle school girl with black eyes and green eyes. "I can protect her, but we might need someone else to take charge here. Can you guys do that?" Omar walked in. Although she said that she would let the others take over, her pair of strange black and green eyes were staring at Wu Qingyue. The meaning was very obvious. Yuan Tianxing and the other two immediately looked at Wu Qingyue. Although their gazes were not as straightforward as Elmar's, there was a hint of pleading in their eyes. "All right, since you've said so, I have no objections. Anyway, I'm also your business partner. When you're in trouble, of course, I won't sit back and do nothing." Wu Ziyue shrugged indifferently and said with a smile. Elmar looked at Yuan Tianxing and said, "No one is more suitable than me. If you go, I will have to send a high-level zombie to open the door for you." I might as well protect her myself. She had a lot of confidence in her current strength. Furthermore, there were zombies everywhere outside. There was no one more suitable than her. Yuan Tianqing looked at her worriedly. Well, are you alone? There's only 2 people, including Qingqing, and they're both girls. It's too dangerous. He wasn't worried about their strength, but worried that their thoughts might not be able to keep up with Long Yubai's thoughts. What? You don't believe in my strength? Or you don't believe in my intelligence? Looking at Yuan Tianqing's expression, Elmar actually guessed what he was thinking, so she asked directly. In the end, Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng nodded at the same time. In Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng's eyes, even if Elmar's face had recovered, she could still speak. However, the impression she left on them when she was Meng Meng was too deep. That was why they couldn't get used to the current Elmar, who looked very normal. After all, Meng Meng often hung out with Xiao Lu and the other 2 kids. She looked like a child who hadn't grown up yet. Elmar looked at their expressions and was a little annoyed. These people asked for her help, but they were worried about her. What was the meaning of this? She snorted and turned her face away. All right then, since I can't do it alone, tell me who to send. Saying that, she pulled out a chair from under the desk in front of her and sat down casually. Then she crossed her arms in front of her chest and turned her face to the side. Seeing that the child was throwing a tantrum, Yuan Tianqing hurriedly smiled at her. No, I'm just afraid that Long Yubai is too cunning. He might have some unexpected tricks up his sleeve. I'm afraid that you'll be dragged into it. Elmar only looked at them after hearing a more tactful way of saying it. Lin Feng thought about it and said, Yuanqing isn't here right now, so Lin Hao will bring Lin Yu and Lei Yao with you. What do you think? Sure. Elmar smiled faintly and nodded. Elmar brought Long Qingying, Lin Hao, Lin Yu, and Lei Yao out of the zombie defense line and headed towards Long Yubai's location. Because Elmar and the others had set off earlier than Long Yubai's group at noon, Long Yubai waited for Huang Tianfei to wake up in the afternoon before he set off. By then, Elmar and the others were already not far from them. Just as Elmar and the others left the upper city and entered the Jianggan district, she suddenly pulled everyone to a stop. Wait! The others stopped in their tracks. Although Elmar looked to be the youngest, her strength was still there. Moreover, she had been very calm today. She was completely different from Elmar in the past. After hearing her words, the others couldn't help but stop when they heard what she said. What's wrong? Long Qingying asked curiously. Elmar stuck her nose out and sniffed, then turned around and said, Wait, let me find a high place to confirm. Saying that, she jumped to the branch next to her, then jumped to the top of the tree. Then she appeared from the top of the tree, then jumped to the tall building next to her. Elmar jumped to the top of a tall building, stood at the highest point, and carefully sniffed in the direction of the Jianggan district, as if she was sensing something. 2 minutes later, she leaped down from the 20-story building and landed on the ground lightly and nimbly. They're over there about 5 kilometers away from us, and they've already started to move, but they're coming in our direction. Elmar walked over and said to them. Long Qingying looked at Lin Hao and said, 5 kilometers. Then do we sneak over, or do we ambush here? Lin Hao thought for a while, his hands in his pants pockets, but his handsome face was very gloomy. Use both methods at the same time. First sneak over and find out their situation, then ambush according to the situation. Chapter 483. Long Qingying and the others nodded. Okay, then let's get closer and observe their situation from a close distance. Then we'll make our move secretly, Omar said calmly. After deciding on their strategy, they immediately moved towards Long Yubai's troops with Elmar in the lead. They quickly closed the distance of a few kilometers. They hid near Long Yubai's troops and used binoculars to observe Long Yubai's vehicles from afar. At the same time, they observed the surrounding terrain. The formation of Long Yubai's troops was somewhat unique. There were tanks in front and behind them. In the middle, there were SUVs in front and trucks in the back. This way, no matter if there was a situation in front or behind, they could directly use the weapons on the tanks to solve it. Finally, Elmar and the others laid an ambush on a bridge. Below the bridge was a river, which was a tributary of the Chien River. Although it was not very deep, it was very wide. The bridge built on the river was more than 20 meters long. So if Long Yubai wanted to come here, he had to cross this bridge. Elmar stood at the head of the bridge. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and burst out a mouthful of sharp teeth. Roar dash, the sound was loud and clear, spreading far and wide. After that, she turned around and flashed into a nearby tree, then quietly waited. The others had already found their own places to hide. Long Qingying's position was not far from the bridge, because she was under it. After Elmar roared, the zombies that were scared away by her aura gradually came back. They staggered over and finally gathered at the head of the bridge. Roar? The group of zombies looked around in bewilderment. Although their faces had all kinds of black veins, crooked noses, cracked mouths, and exploded eyes, it did not affect their puzzled expression. Because they were summoned here, but what did they want to do here? Why did they come here? But they did not dare to leave, because they received the order to come here. Without the order to leave, they did not dare to move. There were still zombies coming out, and then they also walked over here. Both sides of the bridge were gathering here, and soon, even the bridge was full of zombies. Roar dash, the zombies that had gathered over were swaying left and right, slowly circling around in circles. Because there was still the smell of living people around, the delicious smell made them restless and unable to stop. Roar. At this moment, Elmar suddenly roared again. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. After being roared by Elmar, the zombies gradually calmed down and then stood still in the same place. However, the zombies were still rushing over. As long as the zombies were within 2 to 3 kilometers of Fang Yuan, they would all hear her voice and come over without hesitation. Even Long Yubai and the others, who were driving over, saw the zombies on the road ignoring their existence and moving forward. What's wrong with these zombies? Why are they running in front of us collectively? Long Yubai leaned against the window glass in surprise and asked Lin Ruifeng. Lin Ruifeng also looked outside with a strange expression. When he heard Long Yubai's question, he replied, "There seemed to be a strange sound, like a zombie's roar. Could it be a high-level zombie summoning these ordinary zombies?" "It's possible." Long Yubai nodded. As they watched, the car continued to move forward, but slowly. The road ahead became more and more difficult to walk. Because those zombies all came to the road, although they didn't attack anyone now because of their large number, they blocked the progress of the convoy. The tank in front gradually slowed down. At this time, Lin Ruifeng's microphone rang. He walked to the front of the car and picked it up to his ear. "Speak. Deputy Leader, there are a lot of zombies on the road ahead, blocking the car's way." "Should we just run over them?" A voice came from the opposite side, reporting the situation. "No need to slow down. Just run over them," Lin Ruifeng said faintly. "Yes," the other side quickly replied. Then a giant shovel suddenly appeared in front of the first tank in front of the convoy, and then the car began to accelerate towards the zombies in front of it. Roar dash, these defenseless, slow-moving zombies were immediately pushed out by the first forklift. The huge shovel at the front of the car shoveled the group of zombies into a pile, and then vigorously pushed forward. Many zombies were pushed to the ground, but they immediately got up and rushed towards the cars. They didn't care about the high-level zombies' command from before. Some zombies just happened to roll in front of the car and were directly cut in half by the giant shovel in front of the car. Dirty black blood immediately stained the front of the car and also splashed on the body of the car. The zombies that were cut in half didn't die that quickly. They were still able to drag half of their bodies on the ground, but they continued to be run over by the heavy wheels behind them. They were directly flattened on the ground, and a large pool of flesh and blood flowed out. With the forklift opening up the road, the speed of the car behind immediately increased. At this time, Long Yubai said, "Directly fire the short-range cannon." Lin Ruifeng looked back at him and nodded. "Okay." Then he turned his head to the transmitter and said, "The one in front, directly fire at the zombies. Don't waste time on these mentally retarded zombies." "Yes." There was an immediate response from the front. Soon, the first car in the front continued to shovel the zombies forward, and the second and third cars on the roof turned the muzzle and aimed at the large number of zombies in front of them. Bang dash, a cannon shot out and then exploded a few hundred meters in front of them. In the group of zombies that were blown up, the zombies were blown up, and although there was a hole in the cement road, it wasn't deep and didn't affect the cars driving. The zombies' bodies were blown up and fell to the ground, and then were pushed away by the forklift. But even so, the car's speed was still slow. When Long Yubai's car pushed the zombies near the bridge, there was already a large number of zombies gathered around. And after seeing the car coming over, these zombies all turned and rushed towards the car. Countless zombies rushed forward and began to attack the car. Roar, 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 dash. They all rushed towards the car, but were soon shot by the cannons and snipers on the roof and immediately fell down. But the other zombies that weren't hit by the bullets immediately rushed to the car and scratched the windows and even crazily hit them. Roar, roar, dash, and the group of zombies behind also rushed forward like a tide. Chapter 484. Looking at the road in front of them, it was filled with zombies. The densely packed zombies were surging and gathering in front of them. After these zombies saw the arrival of their convoy, they suddenly madly rushed up. Long Yubai was a little surprised because there were too many zombies here. "What's going on? Why are there so many zombies here? Didn't you send someone to scout the road?" He leaned on the front of the car and stared ahead. "Before, when we sent someone to scout the road, they said there was a bridge in front, but they didn't say that there were so many zombies gathered here. And when we came here, we also saw that these zombies are still gathering. Obviously, they didn't stay here before. They should have been summoned here not long ago." Lin Ruifeng's eyes slightly sunk as he analyzed and answered Long Yubai. Long Yubai furrowed his delicate eyebrows, silently looking outside without saying a word. After a few seconds, he indifferently opened his mouth and said, "Open the cannon formation. Use the cannons to clear all these zombies." "Yes." Lin Ruifeng immediately nodded, then turned around to open the door and walked out. Their RV was about 20 to 30 meters ahead of them. Right now, there were a lot of zombies in the RV, because after looking a few dozen meters ahead, the bridge was already densely packed with zombies. Suddenly, there were so many zombies gathered here. Lin Ruifeng suspected that there might be level 5 or 6 zombies here. After Lin Ruifeng got off the RV, he quickly ran and jumped onto the 2-meter-high roof of the tank in front of him. He looked at the zombies, then stepped on the roof of the car and jumped over the roof of the car in front of him. The distance between each car was at least 4 to 5 meters, and he easily jumped over them and finally stood on the roof of the second car. He didn't say anything, but raised his hand behind him, then made a gesture, and then waved from top to bottom in front of him. Bang, 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 bang. Soon they saw the gun muzzles of the vehicles behind them shooting at the surrounding zombies. The surroundings immediately became filled with smoke and dust. Zombie limbs flew everywhere, and dirty blood mixed with sand splattered everywhere. Under the powerful firepower, after a few minutes of artillery fire, the zombies in front of them were quickly wiped out. Only the zombies on the bridge were still rushing towards them. "Advance, continue to fire." Lin Ruifeng raised his hand and gestured for them to advance. The cars immediately moved forward, but the firepower didn't stop. Instead, as they moved forward, they continued to attack the zombies in front of them. Soon, the distance of dozens of meters was shortened, and Lin Ruifeng's car was already in front of the bridge. He raised his hand and made a pause gesture with his back facing the screen. Then, he made a few different gestures. Because they were already at the end of the bridge, they couldn't attack the bridge. Otherwise, if the bridge was destroyed, they wouldn't be able to cross. After he made a few hand gestures, a group of people suddenly jumped out of the truck behind him. More than a dozen of them were equipped with advanced military equipment, helmets, and modified protective suits. Each of them held a rifle and rushed forward one after another. As these people rushed forward, they immediately held up their guns and fired accurately at the surrounding zombies. Wherever they passed, the zombies were hit in the head, and then they all fell to the ground. Soon, they quickly rushed to the end of the bridge. After shooting freely at the zombies on the bridge, a man suddenly hung his gun on his shoulder. Then he stood in the middle of the bridge, facing the countless zombies on the opposite side, and stretched out his hands. Both of his hands stretched forward, and then a 2-finger-wide ice blade appeared in the air 1 meter in front of him. As his hands moved, it immediately shot out 10 meters in front of him. After the ice blade was shot out, the man immediately kneeled on the ground. He took off his combat gloves and then pressed his right hand on the ground. Immediately after, the ground under his hands quickly froze, and the ice quickly spread to the bridge, so a large group of zombies was quickly frozen and motionless. From the feet of the zombies, a thick layer of ice began to form, and then it spread to their whole bodies. Finally, they were frozen into ice sculptures. At this time, the man stood up again, raised his hands, and spread his fingers, as if he wanted to support something. At this time, an ice core began to condense above his head, and then quickly became bigger, and finally became a huge ice ball. The man threw the ice ball towards the zombie ice sculptures on the opposite side with great force. Bang dash, the ice ball smashed into the group of ice sculptures, and those ice sculptures were smashed into pieces. The man's attack time was very fast, and after 3 consecutive attacks, it actually took less than 10 seconds. The other team members around him all held up their guns and surrounded him in the middle, shooting in all directions at the zombies that wanted to rush up. After the ice ball was thrown, the man immediately rushed to the middle of the bridge. Once again, he waved his hand, and the ice under his feet all floated up. Then he rushed towards the zombie group on the opposite side of the bridge. Elmar and the others quietly watched them attack and clear these ordinary zombies. She had summoned all the zombies within a few miles of the square garden, and the number of zombies was at least no less than 100,000. These zombie hordes weren't that easy to deal with. Sure enough, soon after the zombies in front were frozen by the captain of the ability squad, the zombies behind immediately rushed forward and then rushed towards them. There were countless zombies, even if the team's ability attack was well trained, and their reaction was extremely fast, but they could not stop more and more zombies rushing up. After killing 1, 2 more would come, and after killing 10, 20 more would come. Now, even if their firepower was very strong, and they could kill hundreds of ordinary zombies in an instant, there were still countless zombies that continued to rush up in front of them. So immediately, both sides immediately fell into a deadlock of killing. Long Yubai's side did not dare to use large firepower to bombard the bridge, so they could only use the power of ability users and small firepower to clear the way. But there were too many zombies, so even if they wanted to rush over, it would obviously take some time. At this time, suddenly a sharp roar came from somewhere behind the zombie group. Roar dash. As soon as they heard this sound, the ability squad immediately felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, after the roar, these ordinary zombies suddenly went crazy, and they all rushed towards the human team without a care for their lives. And their movements suddenly became a lot more agile. As a result, countless crazy zombies rushed over. Even the captain with the rank 5 ability could only raise a large ice shield, which just happened to be stuck on the bridge, blocking the zombie group that rushed over. No one on Long Yubai's side noticed a silhouette flashing across the bridge. Chapter 485. Suddenly a figure flashed down from the building behind the zombie horde, diving down towards the ice shield of the squad leader like a lightning bolt. Not good. Lin Ruifeng's eyes flashed, fiercely rushing forward. But he was still a bit late, only to see the figure flash down, followed by a loud bang. Bang, walla dash, the ice shield of the squad leader was immediately kicked to pieces. PFFF, PFFF. The captain who was holding up the ice shield was sent flying by the kick. He flew into one of his own chariots and spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Captain! The squad members in front saw their captain was kicked away. They all panicked and shouted. At this time, Lin Ruifeng had already rushed to a position 3 meters away from the position of the squad leader and stood still. The dozen or so squad members around him still maintained their original posture and continued to guard against the surrounding zombies. Even if their captain had been KO'd, they still had to continue their mission. When they saw the zombie that smashed the huge ice shield with one kick and then kicked the person flying, everyone felt a bit surprised. This zombie looked very slender. The body shape was like a junior high school girl, but the appearance was a bit unflattering. The whole face was covered with scales, a pair of dark eyes, but with 2 green vertical pupils, like the pupils of a beast. A neat and tidy ear-length short hair, wearing a clean black summer sports outfit, short sleeves, medium pants. But the skin that was exposed outside the clothes was the same as her face, all smooth and neat scales, and there were sharp bone spurs at the tips of her elbows and knees. A black tail was swinging behind her. It looked like the tail of a lizard or a snake. What kind of zombie is this? Elmar's appearance made Lin Ruifeng and the others a bit stunned. Is this still a zombie? Roared Dash, as if to confirm their thoughts. Elmar suddenly bared her teeth, roared at them, and waved her claws. Roared Dash, the zombie horde behind, immediately rushed up. After Elmar waved her hand, she also fiercely rushed towards Lin Ruifeng, her movements as fast as the wind. As soon as Lin Ruifeng saw her rushing towards him, he only felt that his eyes were blurred, and his back was cold. An unprecedented sense of crisis immediately appeared. He instinctively clenched his fists and crossed them against the front door. Pooh Dash, sure enough, a heavy side kick came towards his head. The movement was very fast and accurate, and the opponent jumped in front of him in the air, higher than his height, and kicked him sideways. Although Lin Ruifeng blocked it with his hand in time, Elmar's kick sent him flying with his hand. Bang dash, Lin Ruifeng was kicked and fell heavily to the ground more than 10 meters away, colliding with the pile of waste. Lin Ruifeng, who hit the ground, was dizzy. For a moment, he was at a loss to know what had happened to him. When he shook his head twice, he realized what was going on and quickly got up. But just as he got up, another figure flashed in front of him, and a leg covered in shining scales swung at him. Lin Ruifeng hurriedly rolled on the ground and narrowly escaped the kick, but he was very shocked in his heart. This zombie's movements and strength were simply not what a normal high-level zombie should have. Even if it was a level 6 zombie's physical attack, it was impossible for him to have no resistance at all. He was also a strength-type psychic, and dealing with zombies' claws had always been very handy. However, this time, he was a little confused after being kicked. However, Elmer did not give him a chance to come back to his senses. Seeing that he dodged the kick in time, she immediately went up again, and before Lin Ruifeng could get up, she poked his chest with her foot. Pooh dash, although it was just a poke from Elmar, Lin Ruifeng's chest collapsed in an instant, and a big mouthful of blood spurted out. Just as Elmar stared at the man and was about to give him another smack on the head, a water arrow suddenly shot out from behind her, heading straight for her. Elmar's figure flashed, and she avoided the water arrow. Although she was not afraid of the water arrow hitting her, because her scales were not just for looking at, this level of attack did not give her any sense of danger. The reason why Elmar avoided the water arrow was because she did not want to get her clothes wet, and the other reason was that the man under her feet was already seriously injured after being poked by her foot. After seeing Elmar dodge, Lin Ruifeng coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and staggered up. If his ability was not physical, It was estimated that this kick would have burst his chest and lungs, and he would directly go to hell. Fortunately, it was him, so he only had 2 broken ribs. The blood in his mouth was completely shaken out. Long Yubai stood on top of a tank. His right hand had just been put down, and his eyes were fixed on Elmar, who had jumped to the side of the building. Roar! Elmar roared at Long Yubai and fearlessly transformed into a black figure, directly rushing towards him. Long Yubai did not retreat. He hurriedly waved his hands, and a water dragon directly flew up from the river and then flew in front of him, instantly colliding with the charging Elmar. Bang! The impact of the water pressure immediately sent Elmar flying. After being sent flying, Elmar somersaulted in midair and landed gently on a lamppost. She frowned as she looked at her wet clothes and fiercely turned her head and roared at Long Yubai. Roar! This gloomy man had actually made her clothes wet. She was furious. This water is fucking sewage water. After roaring, Elmar immediately rushed towards Long Yubai. After Long Yubai's water dragon repelled Elmar, it did not dissipate. Instead, it was controlled by him to spin above his head. After seeing Elmar rush over again, he sneered, courting death. He then waved his hand and threw the water dragon out again. The water dragon quickly condensed into a large lump, turning into a huge tiger head with its mouth wide open. The tiger had opened its mouth wide and bit towards Elmar, who was flying over. Elmar's eyes turned cold, and suddenly when she was near the water tiger head, she suddenly flipped over and followed up with a somersault kick. After flipping her body upside down, she fiercely swung one of her legs down and directly and accurately kicked the water tiger head. Bang! Wha! The huge water tiger head was instantly destroyed by Elmar's kick, exploding into countless water droplets that splattered everywhere. Long Yubai, who had been kicked in the head of the water tiger, was stunned. He never thought that his water ability would be destroyed by a single kick from this zombie. Even her ability was useless. Long Yubai, who was momentarily unable to accept this blow, did not make any further movements. He could only watch helplessly as Elmar appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Chapter 486. Seeing Elmar suddenly appear in front of him and kick him, Long Yubai was dumbfounded. He had no time to react. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly pounced on Long Yubai even faster than Elmar, hugged him, and rolled him to the ground. Elmar's flying kick missed. She landed on the roof of the car and turned around to look at the 2 people rolling down. Leader, Lin Ruifeng suppressed his injuries. After saving Long Yubai, he hurriedly helped him up. After Long Yubai got up, he finally reacted. He glared at Elmar and suddenly called out to the people around him. What are you all waiting for? Fire! After saying that, he took a step back. He didn't care about the injured Lin Ruifeng. He just wanted to find a place to hide first. Hearing Long Yubai's order, the surrounding tanks immediately turned a portion of their firepower towards Elmar's side. Many soldiers also came down from the trucks behind them and began shooting at Elmar with their guns. Elmar just dodged and suddenly leaped high into the air. She swung her long tail and suddenly flipped in the air. Then, she stretched out her hands toward the ground. Roar! She roared. At this moment, the muzzles of the guns in the hands of the soldiers suddenly changed shape. Then, the guns in the hands of the soldiers who were firing immediately exploded. Bang, bang, bang. In addition to these guns, the muzzles on the tanks that were aimed at Elmar also changed shape. Bang, bang, bang. After a few explosions, the roofs of the tanks exploded, and all of them immediately collapsed. She's a metal esper? Long Yubai, who was hiding in a nearby building, looked at this scene in surprise. Looks like Lin Ruifeng stood beside him, holding his chest, and said with a face full of forbearance. Long Yubai looked back at him and finally asked, "How are you?" Lin Ruifeng smiled. "I'm fine. I won't die." Long Yubai turned his head and continued to look at Elmarch. His eyes flashed as he said, "She's too strong. Even I'm not a match for her. She's probably not as simple as a level 6 Esper. Furthermore, she's a metal Esper. Our weapons won't be of much use." Sure enough, as he spoke, he saw Elmar jump onto the roof of a nearby car, and with a backward kick, she broke a short-range cannon. Moreover, the surrounding war chariots were all transforming at this time. The soldiers in the chariots all hurriedly crawled out of the chariots. Otherwise, they would have been crushed to death by the transforming war chariots. Long Yubai and Lin Ruifeng, of course, did not know that Elmar was just putting on an act. The real master of the metal Esper ability had not shown up. However, the strength that Elmar had displayed after her appearance had directly suppressed Long Yubai by too much. Now that her metal ability had appeared, her strength had increased by another level, at least in the eyes of Long Yubai and Lin Ruifeng. Lin Ruifeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glanced at Elmar, and then asked Long Yubai, "It looks like we can't deal with it. What do we do now?" Long Yubai did not make a sound. His face darkened as he looked at Elmar wantonly destroying his war chariots. On the other side, Elmar leaped into the air and did a somersault. Then, with a kick, she smashed the roof of one of the tanks. Bang! The chariot was smashed by her scale-covered foot, and the chariot caved in. The surrounding firepower could not lock onto her position at all, so the bullets and cannonballs all brushed past her, exploding left and right, causing the surroundings to be a mess and filling the air with smoke. Looking at the war chariots that had been mostly destroyed, Long Yubai suddenly said, "Retreat first." After saying that, he turned around and fled, leaving Lin Ruifeng, who was suffering from internal injuries, to shout at the soldiers nearby, "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" Then he turned around and ran with difficulty to the farthest vehicle from Elmarch. Then, when Elmar was not paying attention, he climbed into the car and asked the driver to turn around. "Quick, retreat quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, he vomited another mouthful of blood. "Deputy Leader." The driver quickly turned around and was immediately shocked when he saw Lin Ruifeng vomiting blood again. Lin Ruifeng leaned against the seat, panting a few times, and said, "I'm fine, let's go quickly." At this time, Elmar was standing on the roof of a car that she had stepped on. She looked at the surrounding soldiers who were being chased by the zombies because of the collapse of the defense line. Her expression flashed, and she suddenly turned her head to look in the direction that Long Yubai had left, but she did not chase after him. Because Long Yubai was concerned about his own safety, he ran very quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this time, there was still an off-road vehicle that was slightly further away from Elmarch. Huang Tianfei, who was in the vehicle, had a look of horror on his face as he patted the driver in the driver's seat, wanting to quickly escape from here. In the end, the driver in the front turned around and saw him vomiting blood, and his neck was pierced by a broken glass. Then, he tilted his head and stared at Huang Tianfei as he died. At this time, the two soldiers who were originally protecting Huang Tianfei also got off the car at this time. Two twisted rifles pierced their faces, directly piercing through the bridge of their noses and the back of their heads. Seeing the two soldiers fall directly from the car door, Huang Tianfei was also dumbfounded. When he came back to his senses and wanted to struggle out of the car, a cold voice sounded. "Previously, I let you out to give you a way out, but you didn't take it. Now, you just have to come back to seek death." What a retard! When Huang Tianfei heard this voice, he was shocked. He looked up and saw a woman with a samurai sword on her back and a high ponytail standing outside the car looking at him coldly. "Woo woo 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 yes. They forced me to show the way." Huang Tianfei panicked and struggled to explain himself, but before he could finish his sentence, he saw Long Qingying wave her hand. Puffed! The metal on the door suddenly twisted and elongated, fiercely stabbing towards his body, directly piercing through Huang Tianfei's chest. Huang Tianfei's eyes widened, and he vomited a mouthful of blood into the gauze on his mouth. He stared at Long Qingying with his eyes wide open. But in the next second, he saw that the car door immediately became a sieve full of branches that pierced towards Huang Tianfei. Long Qingying couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense and directly killed him. She grabbed at the air in front of Huang Tianfei's head. The steel branches that had turned Huang Tianfei into a sieve were pulled out again, twisted into a bundle, and turned into a sharp awl, stabbing toward Huang Tianfei's head. The metal that was inserted into Huang Tianfei's head continued to change inside. After a while, it came out with an energy core. Long Qingying reached out and took the energy core. Then she wiped it on the clothes of the corpse on the ground. At this time, a figure flashed and appeared beside her. That Long Yubai and his subordinates ran away. I don't think he will return so soon this time. Elmar stood beside her and said, "You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.